Okay, and we're back. Had some technical difficulties. For some reason, my audio drivers went a little weird. Let's see if it works now. Yes, it does. Okay, so we should be fine. Okay, let's get back to where we were. Where were we though? We were here. There we go. Give me a sec, it's giving me some problems. Or at least it's telling me there's some kind of problem here. Camera looks a bit weird. My bitrate a bit too high. What do I have my bitrate set to? I think it's 8,000. Might be too high. First stream. You're always gonna have some technical difficulties. No, it's 6,000. Should be fine. Okay, well, I don't know what is wrong with this thing. It's saying my stream is unstable. Well, we'll see what happens. I'll take a look at the VOD later. We might have to scrap this whole first episode for YouTube or edit it heavily with some explanation because I already lost an hour because I didn't enable my VODs. So, yeah. But it is what it is. Though the Twitch inspector isn't telling me that there's any problems at all. Like there's no delay whatsoever. So we'll see. Okay, let's get back to the content. All right, I made some coffee. I got some more water. We can jump into the next unit. Setting up the command line. The command line is a powerful tool used by developers to find, create, and manipulate files, and folders. This short tutorial will walk you through the steps for setting up the command line application on your computer. Command line interface, CLIs come in many forms. The CLI we use is called bash. Bash, or the __b__orn --_a__gain. What the hell? Born again shell is a CLI that was created over 27 years ago by Brian Fox as a free software replacement for the Born shell. A shell is a specific kind of CLI. Bash is open source, which means that anyone can read the code and suggest changes. Since its beginning, it has been supported by a large community of engineers who have worked to make it an incredible tool. Bash is the default shell for Linux and Mac. For these reasons, Bash is the most used and widely distributed shell. If you want to learn more about Bash, this Wikipedia article is a good place to start. Let's check it out. Holy fuck. Do I hate Wikipedia articles that are just walls of text? Okay, Bash is a Unix shell and command language written by Brian Fox for the NGU project as a free software replacement for the Born shell. The shell's name is an acronym for Born Again Shell, a pun on the name of the Born shell that it replaces, and the notion of being born again. First released in 1989, it has been used as a default login shell for most Linux distributions, and it is one of the first programs Linus Torvalds ported to Linux, alongside GCC. What is GCC, you might ask? I have no idea. The GNU Compiler Collection is an optimizing compiler produced by the GNU project supporting various programming languages, hardware architectures, and operating systems. Okay. So it is available on nearly all modern operating systems. Bash is a command processor that typically runs in a text window where the user types commands that causes actions. Bash can also read and execute commands from a file called a shell script. Like most Unix shells, it supports file name globbing. In computer programming, glob patterns specify sets of file names with wildcard characters. For example, the Unix bash shell command mv blah 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 moves all the files with names ending in txt from the current directory to the directory text files. Ah, okay. Wildcard matching, yeah, that brings me back to regex days. Piping here documents command substitution variables and control structures for condition testing and iteration. So many keywords. What is piping? In Unix-like computer operating systems, a pipeline is a mechanism for inter-process communication using message passing. Pipeline is a set of processes chained together by their standard streams so that the output text of each process is passed directly as input to the next one. Okay. Here documents. In computing, a here document is a file literal or input stream literal. Is a file literal or input stream literal. It is a section of a source code file that is treated as if it were a separate file. The term is also used for a form of multi-line string literals that use similar syntax, preserving line breaks and other white space in the text. Command substitution is a facility that allows a command to be run and its output to be pasted back into the command line as arguments to another command. Wait, I gotta wrap my brain around this. Is a facility that allows a command to be run and its output to be pasted back on the command line as arguments to another command. So sort of like recursion. I know what variables are. Control structures. Control flow is the order in which individual statements, instructions, or function calls of an imperative program are executed or evaluated. The emphasis on explicit control flow distinguishes an imperative programming language from a declarative programming language. Okay, a lot of keywords here. Probably not going to go through all of them. We have some history of Bash. So Brian Fox began coding Bash on January 10th, 1988, after Richard Stallman, who's an American free software movement activist and programmer, became dissatisfied with the lack of progress being made by a prior developer. Stallman and the Free Software Foundation considered a free shell that could run existing shell scripts so strategic to a completely free system built from BSD and GNU code that this was one of the few projects they founded themselves, with Fox undertaking the work as an employee of FSF. Fox released Bash as beta. What are you doing, dog? What are you doing? What are you crunching on here? Fox released Bash as a beta version 0.99 on June 8th. 1989. Holy shit, it took him over a year. And remained the primary maintainer until somewhere between mid-1992 and mid-1994 when he was laid off from FSF. And his responsibility was transitioned to another early contributor, Chet Ramey. Okay.
Hello?
I am not streaming my goddamn screen. That's amazing. Okay, let's go back. So Bash setup for Mac and Windows. Mac users. As mentioned before, Bash is the default shell on Linux and Mac OS X. So good news, you don't have to install anything. To access Bash in OS X, you can use an application called Terminal. First, open the application folder, blah, blah, blah. We're going to skip that. We're a Windows user. We're going to make it happen on Windows. So Windows has a different CLI called command prompt. While this has many of the same features as Bash, Bash is much more popular because of the strength of the open source community and the tools they provide. Mastering Bash is a better investment than mastering command prompt. Okay, to use Bash on Windows computer, on a Windows computer, we will download and install a program called GitBash. GitBash allows us to easily access Bash as well as another tool we'll be using later called Git inside the Windows environment. You can either watch the following video or read the rest of this article. We'll do both.
How to set up the command line using Git Bash on Windows OS. Hello, my name is Farish. I'm a California-based developer and Codecademy mentor. What are our learning goals? Well, by the end of this video, you'll be able to install Git Bash and access the command line via Git Bash. What is Git Bash? Git Bash is a command line emulation program for Windows. This gives you access to all of the Git features in the command line, plus most standard Unix commands. Microsoft has released a Linux subsystem for Windows 10, but it still has some severe limitations and bugs. So as of right now, Codecademy still recommends Git Bash. Just a quick note, at the time of the video recording, I'm using Windows 10 version 1803. With version 1809 about to be released, what I do in today's video should work on future versions of Windows 10. And next, we're going to head over to getforwindows.org and click the download button. I'm going to go directly into my browser to demonstrate this for you. Now I'm over at getforwindows.org and I'm going to click on download. And make sure you place the file somewhere where it's easy to find. So I'm going to put it in my downloads folder. And it's a really small file, so it downloads really quick. And I'm going to show in folder. And I'm going to double click on the installation file. And in most cases, you're going to get a UAC pop up. Make sure to hit yes. It shouldn't ask you for a password. And now the installation should pop up, and we're going to keep hitting next for the majority of the items. The default program location is fine. This is the one change we're going to make. Right here it says additional icons on the desktop. Check that off. It's going to make it easier to find this. And after that, keep hitting next. And what I did was I sped up the rest of the installation video. So now we're at the finish point. Now this is done, we're going to uncheck the release notes. We're going to hit finish. Let's clean up everything and close this all out. And you should see a Git Bash icon here. Go ahead and click it open. If for some reason you don't have the Git Bash icon or can't find the program, I'm going to show you what to do. Go to the bottom left of Windows 10, go to the search bar and type in Git Bash. It should pop up. Click on that. It'll open it up. And then to make this easier to find, right click on the Git Bash icon on your taskbar. Select Pin to Taskbar. And after you close this out, you're going to see that it still stays in your taskbar. And that's it. We now have Git Bash ready to use on Windows. Great job.
All right, fairly straightforward. I mean, it's you saw the video, guys. I'm probably gonna do this off stream, as in, I'm gonna hide this for a little bit while I install it, because I don't want to show any sensitive information, because I haven't really set up my PC that well for streaming, so I might show something that I don't mean to show. Not that I have some kind of state secrets or anything. Okay. So we gotta go to the page. Let's download. If you're hearing some kind of like knocking noises, that's my dog in the background aggressively chewing on his hamburger bone. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I have it. Yes, I do. Here it is. So this is just installation. Let's try it out. Now that you have your command line interface open on your desktop, you are ready to use it. Go ahead and try some of the commands on your personal computer. Well, sure, I don't have. Maybe I don't have. any incriminating data. Just in case, I'm gonna hide this for a second while I look through it myself. Guess I don't have. Not sure. So for now, we'll stick with what we have right now. Let's make a directory. Dir called test. Let's go to test. Right, and it should be empty, yeah. So cd test to navigate into the new directory, and you won't see an output when you do this. Echo hello command line, create a new file name called hello.cli.txt and add hello command line to that file. When you type ls, you should see the following. Okay. Echo hello command line. Hello CLI.txt. And so we now ls. Yeah, we have hello CLI.txt now. So to print the contents of the hello text file terminal, you should see something like hello command line. So we cat hello CLI.txt. Hello command line. Good job. You're ready to explore the world of the command line interface on your own computer. All right. Bicycle World. Welcome to Bicycle World, the premier text-based bicycle shop. This shop is only accessible to programmers like you who are familiar with the command line. This project, you'll use the commands you learned to navigate and edit the file system of this special shop. The starting file system is shown below. Bicycle World recently changed owners who named the main directory Bicycle World 2. Okay. If you get stuck during this project or would like to see an experienced developer work through it, click Get Unstuck, see a project walkthrough video. Why are you eating your foot? He's just chomping on his foot. All right, let's start it. So basically we have to follow these step by step to complete this entirely. Hey, off the wall. Off the wall. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Off the wall with you. All right. So, step 1, print the working directory. cc user workspace bicycle world 2. Is there bicycle world 1? No. There is shrink wrap, package, and workspace. Okay, well let's go back. bicycle world 2. There we go. We misspelled it. Let's clear it. So we did print that. List the files and directories in the working directory. We did that. Change directories to the freight directory. Okay. So we're in bicycle world. Let's go back one. It's not here. Let's go back one. Not here. Where is this freight? Freight. Wait, maybe it was here. Damn it, I went far, I think. We're at home. Let's copy this. Can't. Okay, cd cc user workspace bicycle world 2. Ah, there it is. Okay, so we go to rate. Yeah, what's inside here? Messenger porter. Right, list the files and directories in the working directory. Already done that. Change the directories to porter directory. Okay. And it's empty. Change directories up 2 levels to the bicycle world. Enough? Brands, freight trains, whatever. Change directories to mountain downhill. Okay. Okay, make a file called dirt.txt. So touch dirt.txt. Correct? Yeah. Make a file called mud.txt. Touch mud.txt. Yep, it's there. List the files and directories in the downhill directory. Done that. Downhill biking is dangerous. In the downhill directory, make a directory called safety. So where are we now? We're in downhill. Okay. Make dir safety. Done. Change directories to the bicycle world directory. So we just go 2 back, right? Yeah. List the contents. Enough. I need to find a better way to jump from like here back to here. So listed, the shop is adding a new type of bike. In the bicycle world, make a directory called BMX. Right? Oh, directory. BMX. Done. Without changing directories from bicycle world, make a file in the BMX directory called tricks.txt. So if I remember correctly, it's touch BMX txt. So if we go to mx and list it, it has tricks.txt. Yeah, okay. Done. List all the files and directories in the current directory. Easy. Done. Fast little mini project. Another project. Daily Buzz. In this project, you use the commands you just learned to navigate through the files and directories of Daily Buzz, a national newspaper. All right. My headphones are hurting my ears, and I'm still yawning as I'm drinking coffee. Insane. Didn't get that much good sleep tonight, I think. Because my girlfriend was pretending to be a worm. Okay. So let's print the working directory. Pretty similar. What's inside? Culture, health, national, and technology. Okay. Already done step 1. Step 2, with one command, change directories to national politics. National politics. And let's list the files. Have policy. In the politics directory, create a directory called elections. So we're in the politics, yes. And let's make dir elections. It's quite topical considering that US has upcoming elections, and Russia pretty sure had its elections already. Well, elections. Okay, we've done with all of these three. Let's change to elections. In the elections directory, make 2 files, candidates and issues. So touch candidates.txt and issues.txt. Change directories 3 levels up to the daily buzz directory and print the working directory. So we're in politics, national, daily buzz. So we just go back. So no, we're back in national. We have to go back one more. Right? Yes. In the daily buzz directory, make a directory called business and change directories into the business directory. Okay, so make your business. Doing business in here. cd business. List all the files and directories in the business directory. Well, it should be empty, right? Yes. From the business directory, make a directory called startups. Startups. And change directories into the startups directory. Change directories 1 level back to business. From business, make a directory that is a child of startups called disruptors. Okay, so make dir startups disruptors, like so. Okay, we have startups. If we go to startups, no. Okay, we have, yeah, you can create it like that. because it creates only the top level directory. And it, I guess, or it doesn't create if the directory is a duplicate of an already existing directory. Not sure. Okay, from business directory, back to business, make 3 files in the disruptors directory. Files should be called tech, design, and education. Okay, so we're in business and we have to make 3 files in the disruptors. So touch disruptors. From business directory. So startups, disruptors. We go tech txt, and then we go design txt, and then we go education txt. Okay, let's go in there and see what's inside. We're in business, yeah, so we need to go startups, disruptors, and see what's inside. Yeah, we created our text files. Good. Have to go 3 back to daily buzz. Yeah. So we created the files, and we go back to the daily buzz and print the working directory. Done. I wouldn't call this a project. I would just say it's an exercise. But I guess they're calling it project. Okay, we're getting into Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code is one of the most popular and powerful text editors used by software engineers today. In this article, we will go over the steps necessary to download a popular text editor called Visual Studio Code, also referred to as VS Code. By the end of this article, you will be all set up to start interacting with code using VS Code. I'm getting kind of paranoid, so I'm gonna just check my stream is still up. Yeah, it's still up. Okay, should be fine. All right. So Visual Studio Code. In this article, yeah, I already read that. So what are text editors? Text editors, also called code editors, are applications used by developers to write code. You guessed it. They can highlight and format your code so that it's easier to read and understand. If you used Codecademy, you're already familiar with a text editor. It's the area you write your code in. Using a text editor is part of creating your development environment. A set of tools that you can use for working on coding projects. It will allow you to take what you've learned on Codecademy and put it into practice as you work on projects on your computer. Not only will this introduce you to tools that are commonly used by professional developers, but it also means that you've grown as a developer and you are ready to start working on your own. Great work! Specific to writing code, text editors provide a number of advantages. Language-specific syntax highlighting, automatic code indentation, color schemes to suit your preferences and make code easier to read, plugins or add-on programs to catch errors in code, a tree view or visual representation of a project's folders and files, so you can conveniently navigate your project, key shortcuts or combinations for faster development. Okay. You may also have read or heard about IDEs, or integrated development environments. IDE allows you not only edit, but also compile and debug your code through one application or interface. While the text editor we recommend isn't considered an IDE, it has many IDE-like features that make life as a developer easier without needing a lot of resources that an IDE usually requires. The best of both worlds. I don't know, I might have to look into whether I can actually code like JavaScript and stuff in PyCharm, because I don't know, like I've worked with it for a while now. I've gotten used to it. Now jumping into VS Code is going to be an entirely new thing. So I'm a little bit hesitant, but I guess we'll see. There are a number of text editors to choose from. For example, Visual Studio Code is one of the most popular text editors used by developers. That's Visual Studio Code and not Visual Studio, which is slightly different. What? That's Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio are two different things? We want the former, the one with code in the name. Other popular text editors you may have heard are Atom and Sublime Text. Any of these text editors mentioned are great for development, but to make things easier, we suggest you start off with Visual Studio Code. Some of the benefits of this editor are it's free to use, it's open source, IDE-like features, and supported by a large community of users and Microsoft. Supported by Microsoft? When you are further along in your coding career, you can try other code editors to see what features work best with your personal development workflow. Okay, let's take a look at a video.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexis and I'm a New York-based developer. In this video, we'll go over the steps necessary to install a text editor called Visual Studio Code. This is also sometimes called VS Code. By the end of the video, you'll be able to create a folder in Visual Studio Code that contains an HTML document that you can open in your web browser. The purpose of this video is to introduce you to Visual Studio Code and how to use it. By the end of this video, you should know how to install Visual Studio Code, customize it with basic settings, and use it to view a project folder and write code. If you're watching this video, this...
1 second. Oh my god. Your squeaky toys are everywhere, dog. Yeah, your squeaky toys are everywhere. Yeah. Why don't you pick up your toys, huh? Okay, let's continue.
That you're taking one of the first steps to set up your local development environment, or develop websites and application on your computer and not on the Codecademy website. So a text editor like VS Code is one of the most important tools that we'll need to develop locally. So let's take a moment to talk about what text editors actually are and do. Text editors are also called code editors, and they're applications that are used by developers to write code. They can highlight and format your code so that it's easier to read and understand. It's a lot better than using something like Microsoft Word that wouldn't highlight your code. So you might not realize it, but you've already been using a text editor, and that text editor is on the Codecademy website. It's that area where you write your code in.
One more second, guys.
So text editors have a number of advantages for us as web developers that make us want to use those code editors or text editors instead of something like a Word document or a notepad. For developers, there's a lot of very specific advantages that text editors have. So language-specific syntax highlighting, meaning that parts of our code are going to be highlighted in different colors. Automatic code indentation, so the code will be indented a certain number of spaces or tabs. Color schemes that suit our preferences and can optimize the code readability. Plugins or add-on programs that catch errors in the code that we write. And a tree view or visual representation of the project folder and files so that you can conveniently navigate where you are. And lastly, key shortcuts or combinations so that you can press a certain number of keys and open different features of the code editor. Now, you may have also heard or read about IDEs or integrated development editors. And an IDE is a software application that typically allows you to debug, compile, and edit your code without ever having to open additional applications or leaving the editor there. So it's not just about writing code, it also does things to run your code, debug your code, etc. So while the text editor we recommend, VS Code, isn't considered an IDE, it has many IDE-like features that make life as a developer easier without needing a lot of resources like memory that an IDE usually requires. So it's sort of like the best of both worlds. So there's a number of text editors we can choose from. For example, Visual Studio Code is one of the most popular text editors used by developers. That's Visual Studio Code and not Visual Studio, which is slightly different in an IDE. We want the former, the one with code in the name. Other popular text editors you might have heard of are Atom and Sublime Text. Any of these text editors that I've just mentioned would be great for development, but to make things easier, we suggest you start off with Visual Studio Code. Some of the benefits of this particular editor are that it's free to use, it's open source, so that means a program's code can be viewed, modified, or shared, IDE-like features without being an IDE itself, and it's supported by a large community of users in Microsoft, so we can expect regular updates and that it won't be going anywhere since it has so much support. When you're further along in your coding career, you can try other code editors or tools to see what features work best with your personal development workflow. So we've chosen our text editor, now we just need to install it on our computer. In the next part of this video, we'll show you the steps to install VS Code on macOS, Windows, and Linux. The steps are fairly similar, though program names and commands might be slightly different between operating systems. Let's get started.
Let's.
In this section, I'll show you how to download and install Visual Studio Code onto your computer. We're only going to focus here on Windows, Linux, Debian, and Ubuntu, and Windows. This is because those are the most popular operating systems. If you're using a different operating system or Linux distribution, I'd suggest going to the Visual Studio Code website. There's lots of other instructions for other operating systems there. First, visit the Visual Studio Code website and download the latest version of Visual Studio Code.
Okay,
The
this
operating
is
system for your computer should be displayed
for
automatically.
Mac.
If it's not, click on the down arrow and find it. Then choose to download the stable version for your OS. Otherwise, if everything else looks correct, click on the green download button. So the type of file you download is going to be different depending on what operating system you have. So for Mac users, you're going to download a zip file. For Windows users, you'll download an executable file. That's a file that ends in .exe. Linux users, the website allows you to download two different file types. Go with the deb file so that auto updates work. If you get a file warning here, choose Keep the File. Once we're
What if
finished
it's a
downloading the
virus?
file, we can install VS Code. So now we need to find the Visual Studio Code file in your file manager or the program that lets you see the files and folders on your computer. And this is going to be different depending on your operating system. So I'll show you here on a Mac first. We need to extract the files from the zip file, so just open it up or double click on it.
I'm gonna skip that. It's
On into your app file that you downloaded, run it, and you might get a pop-up here from user account control asking if you want to allow this program to make changes to your computer. You want to answer yes. And just keep clicking next until you're finished installing.
okay. Seems fairly straightforward.
And then finally hit finish. On a successful installation, you'll see that Windows automatically opens up Visual Studio Code.
Yes, it does.
If we go into the Start menu here, you'll see Visual Studio Code has been added to our programs that we have or applications installed, and then we can just pin it to the Start menu. So for Linux users, you can either use the graphical user.
Okay, I'm gonna skip that.
Successfully installed on our computer, and we can get started
Extensions
working
and
on coding.
autosave.
Before we wrap up, I want to show you how to use extensions, which are plugins for your text editor, and it can help extend the abilities of VS Code. So you'll find the extensions icon here on the left side of VS Code, and you can search for extensions by name or function. So the extension that I'm searching for here is a different color theme. I want to change the appearance of VS Code. So I just hit install, and then I can hit reload, and that will reload my text editor, and that adds the new color theme, and I can disable the old one. However, disabling the old theme isn't enough to change the appearance. We also need to go down into the settings below and choose the new color theme. So I'll go to the gear icon, I'll choose color theme, and then I'll look for the new color theme that I added, which was New Moon Dracula. Once I do that, the appearance of the code looks different. Now, you won't have to do this for every extension, you only have to do this for the color theme specifically, but finding and installing an extension and then reloading should be the same for all extensions. The last thing I want to show you here is autosave. If you look closely, it says unsaved here, and that's VS Code's helpful way of letting us know, hey, if something happens, you might not be able to recover your work. So we should really turn autosave on so we don't lose any of our work. And the way we do that is we go to the File menu and we choose autosave, and it's as simple as that. However, I just want to mention, if you know a version control system like Git, always use autosave on in tandem with the version control system. If you want to further customize your text editor, take a look at some of these other features of Visual Studio Code.
Okay, we have debugging code in the editor. You can run and test code for the editor. That's quite useful. Version control, you don't need to switch to the terminal on your computer to track changes. With Git, that's also pretty useful. Integrated terminal, you can run command line commands from inside. Okay, so it covers basically whatever functionality I had with PyCharm. So I guess switching to Visual Studio Code won't be as terrible with these additional features.
Alright, let's wrap up. So installing and using a text editor is part of setting up your local development environment. This is
okay. We're gonna set up the thing. I'm once again gonna hide my screen a little bit, just so I don't show something that I don't want to show. I'm just quickly gonna download the thing and install it, then I can show it. Okay, it's installing. Simple. Git bash is still running in the background. What's that? All right, got it installed. Oh, it's telling me to choose. Oh, it has like a basic setup guide. Choose your theme. Let's check more themes. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it's dark themes. Let's try Tomorrow Night Blue, I guess. It's the background of Codecademy, I guess. Rich support for all your languages. Supports JavaScript, Python, Java, Markdown. Does PyCharm support JavaScript? Oh, it does. And supports Node.js too. Also supports React, Angular, Vue.js, and other frameworks, and provides tight integration with various tools. Okay, so I guess it's gonna be, we'll try out Visual Studio Code, and if I don't like it, we'll switch back to PyCharm. But I guess we can try playing with playing around with Visual VS Code. Language extensions. There is, oh, there we go. So we have Python, we have Jupyter, we have C and C++, HTML, CSS, PowerShell, Rust Analyzer. Okay. Tune your settings. Customize every aspect of VS Code and your extensions to your liking. Let's take a look. Autosave. After delay. It's automatically saved after the configured editor which changes. Editor with changes is automatically saved when the editor loses focus. Yeah, let's pick that one. Font size 14 is fine. GitHub Copilot. I mean, I do have Copilot, so we might integrate that later on. Tab size is 4, that's fine. Render white space. It's fine. Fine. Insert spaces when pressing tab. Yes, that's fine. Word wrap is off. Let's keep it off for now. Okay, that's pretty much all I needed. Sync settings across devices. Good on that. Unlock productivity with the command palette. Run commands without reaching for your mouse to accomplish any task in VS Code. Ah, okay. Guess we'll learn these in time. A lot of shortcuts here. Open up your code, watch video tutorials. All right, well, we've set it up. We can move on with the tutorial, I guess. Once it's finished downloading, it's installing, blah, 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 blah. Make sure you have application saved in a place where you know, blah, blah, blah. Windows user automatically placed in your start menu. That's it. You've successfully installed your text editor and are ready to start coding. Okay. In this resource, you will find an additional optional tutorial, set up Visual Studio Code, and explore some common features. This is helpful if you want to understand Visual Studio Code's interface overview and its customizable features. Let's take a look. Now it's a review. Congratulations. The goal of this unit was to learn how to set up your own development environment on your computer. Now that you have done so, you're ready to start writing your own programs and sharing them with the world. Remember, you will put all of this knowledge into practice with an upcoming portfolio project. If you ever get stuck while working on the project, you can come back to this unit and review what you've learned. Learning is social. Whatever you're working on, be sure to connect with the Codecademy community in the forums. They're really pushing their forums. All right, so we're jumping into the next unit, Introduction to Web Development Fundamentals. We're going to take a little 10-minute break. Hopefully not going to have any more technical difficulties this time. No, the stream seems to be going on nicely. Okay, so yeah, 10-minute break. Might like integrate a little timer for the breaks. Is there a widget for a timer? CSS or blah 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 blah. Widgets. It's stream boss. Sponsor. Whole chat. Blah, 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 blah. Custom widget. Switches. I'm gonna take a look. Teams, themes. Doesn't seem to be one. Huh. Interesting. There should be. But I can't find any. Interesting. Seems like a basic thing to have. Okay, I'll figure this out later, I guess. On the website? No. Wait. Huh. There isn't one. We have end credits. There really isn't one. Okay, I'll figure this out later. For now, I suppose we're going to take our break and we'll be back in roughly 10 minutes to continue on our journey. Okay, we're back. Okay, let's jump back into the next unit. Okay, so introduction, web development fundamentals. See what you'll be learning in the web development fundamentals unit. The goal of this unit is to introduce you to the field of front-end web development and create your first web page. Front end? I thought I was learning back end. You will learn the fundamentals of HTML and CSS, the languages essential to developing a website. After this unit, you will be able to explain the architecture of the internet at a high level, explain commonly used languages in web development, explain what a front end is, explain how HTML is used for web development, use HTML to build a structure for a website, explain how CSS is used for web development, use CSS to add initial styling to your website, use Chrome DevTools, and create a project in VS Code with HTML and CSS. So I already know, I would say, a decent amount of CSS and HTML. I've used it extensively in the past on a couple of projects that I worked on. So this will be fun to sort of refresh that knowledge. So whatever you're working on, be sure to connect with the Codecademy community and the forums. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So hello, Internet. It is nearly impossible to overstate how much the Internet has changed how we consume information and communicate with one another. More than 4 billion people around the world are internet users, and the total number of websites on the World Wide Web, say that 5 times fast, World Wide Web is nearing 2 billion. Jesus Christ. So basically every fourth, I think it's 8 billion now, 8 billion people in the world, or approaching that. So every fourth person has created a website. That's insane. Despite the presence of the internet in our lives, very few internet users understand how it works. You don't need to be an engineer to benefit from understanding how the internet works. However, understanding the internet's infrastructure will help you decide if learning web development is right for you. In this lesson, you will learn how the internet works behind the scenes. After finishing this lesson, you'll be able to answer questions like, how is data sent from one computer to another? What is the relationship between a browser and a server? How is code tuned into the experience that the users see in their browsers? And how has the web and web development changed from its invention to today? By the end of this lesson, you will have the knowledge that you need to collaborate more effectively with engineers and jump into your own career in web development. All right. So yeah, like it seems like there was a big jump in web development in 2016. And it fell off a little bit from 17 to 18. Interesting. Okay. The ever-expanding network. So how did the internet start? Well, in 1969. Nice. The United States Department of Defense funded the creation of ARPANET, a precursor network to the internet. ARPANET stands for Advanced Research Projects Agency Network. ARPANET connected supercomputing centers run by the government agencies and universities. These institutions wanted to connect their individual networks for a large-scale information transfer. However, many of them followed different standards and technical implementations. In the 1970s, the Transmission Control Protocol and Internet Protocol, otherwise known as TCP and IP, TCP/IP were created to provide standards around the transfer of data that would allow these early networks to communicate with each other. TCP/IP was researched and specified throughout the 1970s and adopted in the early 1980s. As different networks adopted TCP/IP, the Interconnected Global Network of Networks, that is today known as the Internet, was formed. Okay. World Wide Web. While people today often use the terms Internet and worldwide, why is that such a difficult phrase to pronounce? World Wide Web, interchangeably, they actually refer to quite different things. The Internet refers to the actual network of connected computing devices. Although the Internet was around in the 1980s, there was not an intuitive way for most people to browse the Internet. The Internet just sent messages produced by one computer and presented them to another computer. Engagement with the Internet changed in 1989 when Tim Berners-Lee invented the World Wide Web. The World Wide Web is a collection of interlinked websites and other web resources. World Wide Web, in combination with the rise of web browsers in the 1990s, introduced a user-friendly interface that enabled users to browse multimedia content and interact with other users. The invention of the World Wide Web led to the use of the Internet in wider society throughout the 1990s and the creation of a variety of websites that are still in use today. The diagram to the right demonstrates how different pages on the World Wide Web are linked to one another. All right, next. A lot of theory. Browsers and servers. As we've seen, the Internet is a network that links computer devices worldwide, enabling people to share information with one another despite vast distances. But how is information sent from one device to another? One way to understand this process is to look at the client-server model. In this model, the client refers to the user's device or program that is making a request for data. A client can be a browser or application running on user's laptop, smartphone, or tablet. The server is the device or program in that network that waits for incoming requests and sends data back. This might be an in-house server or a rented server at a data center or a cloud server. At Codecademy, we have servers that store lesson data, and our servers are sending this lesson data to your client device. All right, let's watch the video.
Let's talk about browsers and servers. This video will teach you about their purpose and how they contribute to the giant network that we know as the Internet. What happens when you request a website in your browser? Well, every time you type a web address and press enter, a series of things happen in the few seconds it takes for the website to appear on your screen. Over recent decades, there have been many web browsers. Some of the most popular today are Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Internet Explorer, and Opera. All of these browsers serve the same basic purpose to display websites for you to read and interact with. But just how do they do this? First, the browser takes the web address you provided and sends a request to a server across the Internet for the files that make up the website. The contacted server is dedicated to holding the website's files. It may even be thousands of miles away from you and your device. Once the server receives the request, it contains logic for processing the request and identifying the files and data that the client has specified. It responds to the browser's request with the necessary files. This is the process that allows the browser to display website files to you, and it happens in the few seconds it takes for websites to load on your device screen. You may be asking yourself, what is a server? A server is a specialized computer connected to a network. The role of this computer is to listen for requests from network devices and send back data. Servers provide or serve up resources like website files, data, and assets like images or videos, along with other cool things. Servers are not like the computers you may be used to. They are focused on data storage and retrieval, so they have no monitors or keyboards. A server will need lots of computing power to serve up websites that reach thousands or even millions of users. Next, we need to understand how the browsers and servers understand each other. The internet follows protocols or rules that govern the format of data sent over the internet or other networks. Browsers and servers communicate with one another using the internet protocol known as HTTP. You've seen this before. HTTP, or Hypertext Transfer Protocol, allows for data transfer. When you see the S at the end of HTTP, the data is being transferred securely. An important part of the Hypertext Transfer Protocol is that each request has a request method that specifies the type of request being made. For example, if the user is just asking to fetch a resource, this is specified as a GET request. If a user is sending data to the server, for example, such as submitting information via a form, this is specified as a POST request. When the server sends back a response, it sends a status code that accompanies the requested resource. You might be familiar with seeing 404 error messages when browsing the internet. This is an HTTP response code that indicates that the requested content wasn't found. HTTP provides reliable structure to the interplay between the client and the server. Let's review what we learned today. There are 3 important things to remember. 1. The browser sends requests to the server and displays or renders website files. 2. The server stores website files and sends them to the web browser upon request. 3. HTTP, or Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is a standardized set of rules for how browsers and servers transfer data to one another.
The end. Okay. Seems clear enough so far. Okay, 404 status code. Let's take a deeper dive into the client-server model through exploring a part of HTTP that you've probably seen before, HTTP status codes. When the server responds to a client, the server specifies a status code as part of the response. Status codes indicate whether or not the HTTP request was successfully completed or if there was an error. They contain some information about the type of error that happened. The status code helps the browser to know how to handle the data that was sent back with the response. Okay, so we have 200. That's okay. Everything happened like it was supposed to happen. The 301 means that the resource has been moved and the client is being redirected. Okay. The 404 I mean, just straight up says we did not find whatever you were looking for. And the 500 just means internal server error, essentially saying that the server has encountered an unexpected error and that the problem is server side rather than client side. So the browser is currently displaying a website that Alex has created to show photos and descriptions of her pets. If you click on the link for dogs or cats, you can see more information about Alex's dogs and cats. All right, let's see the dogs. My dogs, Frank and Pete. He likes naps and short walks to the kitchen. And relate. Pete is a well-mannered chap. He's friendly with just about everyone except squirrels. Pete does not like squirrels. Yeah. Cats. Mr. Whiskers. Life is all about catnaps and catnip. Zippy is a cool cat. Only problem is she thinks she's a dog. Alright. Next, click on the file icon in the upper left corner. Of the text editor. You'll see different HTML files that the server is ready to send to the browser whenever those links are clicked. The HTML files correspond to the different web pages that are displayed in the browser. When the dogs link is clicked, the server will send the dogs HTML file to the client. Gonna go down a little bit. Try out the dogs and cats links now. It's the same thing. Yeah, turtles as well. Let's create a 404 status response by making a request for a non-existent resource. Alex hasn't built a web page to list her turtles. Click on the link turtles to see the browser display the 404 status code. Yeah. 404, page not found. How do browsers work? So far, we've seen how a single request and response are handled between a client and a server. Most of the time, our devices aren't making a single request. Every time we load a web page, our device sends a request for each file that makes up that page. So when we're just loading one web page, that page can make multiple requests in order to retrieve different pieces of content, like images. 1 second. Getting texted by the nightworm that didn't let me sleep. Okay. So how does this process work when we're making multiple requests simultaneously? All of the following steps happen in a split second. When a user types in a URL and presses enter, the server processes the request and sends the HTML file back to the client. HTML files hold the content of a website, and they also contain links for any additional assets or code that are needed to display the site properly. Browser will begin to search for elements in the HTML file and will start to make additional HTTP requests for any other external resources used by the HTML file. This often includes one or more CSS style sheets. That stands for cascading style sheets, and CSS creates the style and layout of a web page. Browser will request the CSS style sheet, and when the server sends it back, the browser analyzes the CSS and starts applying the visual styles to the content of the website. The request response cycle also sends website assets like images and videos from the server to the browser. If these files are large, there might even be a noticeable delay before they are rendered by the browser. One or more JavaScript files. JavaScript makes the web page interactive. This programming language functions as the behavior of the web page. A web page that does not use JavaScript is also known as a static web page. In most modern browsers, these additional requests are made in parallel. This means that these requests are initiated at the same time, and the browser does not wait to receive one resource before requesting the next resource. Okay. Pretty clear so far. All of the resources are typically displayed as soon as possible. HTML will be displayed even if some of the other assets have not been received by the browser. Voila! The user can now interact with the website that they requested to see. This whole process typically happens in about a second or less, depending on the speed of the user's connection, the size of the website, and even the physical distance between the browser and the server. The animation on the right shows the different languages that work together to display web page. When you're ready, move on to the next exercise. Okay, this is a weird image, but so HTML provides content, CSS provides styling, JS makes things move. Okay. Web 2.0. What about Web 3.0? Now that we've covered some of the basics of how the internet works, let's check out some trends that are fundamental to the emergence of modern web development and modern JavaScript. The earliest static websites were composed of text, images, and links, with very little interactivity beyond browsing from one page to another. These websites are called static, which means lacking in movement because they do not change based on users' behavior. As internet connection speeds and web technologies progressed, more complex interactions became possible on the web. A collection of excuse me. A collection of advances in the early 2000s created a cluster of web applications that are often called Web 2.0. In comparison to early static websites, Web 2.0 applications are often defined by providing a dynamic user experience by offering content that responds to users' input without forcing the page to reload. In the early web, user input would typically take the user to a new page, and they would have to wait for the new page to load. In Web 2.0, websites could just update selected regions on the page, avoiding the interruption caused by the reload, emphasizing user-generated content and social sharing. In the early web, content was generally authorized by a single source. The rise of blogging, social media, and wikis in Web 2.0 meant that users could generate content and share it with their friends. There were important technical advances that enabled each of these advances in the user interface of the internet. For example, jQuery was the first JavaScript framework that could fetch data while the web page is running. The rise of web frameworks that connected to databases like Spring, Django, and Ruby on Rails enabled user-generated content to effectively be created, stored, and displayed. So what are the differences between Web 1.0 and Web 2.0 pages? The answers are in the screenshots. On the left, Web 1.0 page is static, does not respond to users' behavior, and the content is the same for all users. On the left. Okay. On the right, the Web 2.0 page is interactive. You can like and comment on the page. Yes, you can. It's dynamic. The time since posting, currently 12 hours, updates without reloading the whole page. Yes, it does. Allows social interaction. A lot of friends like this message. I'm yawning like crazy. I don't know what's up with that. The rise of internet-connected smartphones has profoundly changed how users interact with the internet. Mobile internet traffic now accounts for more than half of all the internet traffic, and web development practices have evolved in order to provide good user experience regardless of the device type. The rise of responsive web design has changed how websites are built. Responsive web design was enabled by additions to the CSS language like media queries and relative units. These additions allow the presentation of websites to adjust based on the size of the window in which they are displayed. The rise of internet-connected mobile applications has changed the way we think about browsing the internet. Users accessing the internet on smartphones are likely to spend much more time with specific applications rather than using their phone's browser. Yeah, that's a good point. Because browsers on the phones are still clunky. If you want to learn more about mobile development, web development is a great place to start. While the majority of mobile applications are built in programming languages like Swift for iOS, it is increasingly common to see developers using JavaScript frameworks to build new apps. Okay. Check out the basic responsive website shown here. Try resizing the screen. You'll notice the font size adjusting as the screen width changes. Wait, the font size isn't changing though. It's only the picture that's changing. Did it say the font size is going to change? Notice the font size adjusting as font size adjusting. It's not adjusting though. It's just doing different like word jumping. Not responsive web design. Okay. Review. So we've learned about the growth of the internet as a network, the difference between the internet and the World Wide Web, relationships between browsers and servers, HTTP status codes, big trends in web development from static web pages to Web 2.0 and the rise of mobile. If you work with engineers, this information will help you talk about websites and web applications at a more technical level. Or if you're interested in becoming a web developer yourself, you now have the important context to start building your own website or web application. Up next. So now we're jumping into, are we in a new unit? New unit? No, we are not. Okay, we're learning what is web development. So welcome to the world of web development. Millions of users have learned to make websites and web applications on Codecademy, and you could be next. Having web development skills allows you to take your big ideas, whether it's a simple website, a complex web application, or even a browser game, and build them on the web. Meet Alejandra. She's a budding web developer who runs a small travel agency. Alejandra finds her customers mostly through word of mouth, but now she's ready to expand her business by building a website. In this lesson, we'll follow Alejandra. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Probably not, but along her journey to learn new languages of web development, and we will see what kind of features each new skill allows Alejandra to build for her site. So, if you're watching this video or if you're watching the stream, you're watching someone who's watching someone learn web development. Interesting. Okay, the four main languages that Alejandra needs to learn include HTML, which structures the website content, CSS, which applies styling to the websites, JavaScript, which adds interactivity to the websites, and SQL or SQL, which allows the web applications to store and retrieve data. We'll follow along with Alejandra as she picks up each of these languages, starting with HTML. Okay. Okay, so Alejandra knows that the first step to building a website is learning HTML. Why HTML? Well, it is the skeleton of all web pages. It provides structure to the content on the website, including text, images, buttons, videos, and more. It is a practical place to start learning to code. You can build basic websites after learning just a little HTML with text, image, and videos. You can also open up your work in progress websites with your browser and see what you're building. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. In the next few exercises, we will look at the HTML acronym word by word to unpack what HTML really means. All right, so clearly I know a little bit of HTML. Okay, a little bit is an understatement, I guess. I know a decent amount of HTML. So I'm just going along this to just go along. I guess this is the forum. Yeah. Let's do like H3. Yeah, that's much better. And this one, let's do like 2. Make the picture bigger. Make it bigger. There we go. Okay, let's stop playing around. Let's move to the next lesson. HTML markup. The ML in HTML stands for markup language. Markup refers to a way of annotating text that is distinguishable from the text itself. The same way that a teacher might mark up a student essay by underlining topic sentences and circling spelling errors. HTML annotates the content within a web page. A teacher might use a red pen to make sure that their comments are easy to distinguish from the student's own work. HTML separates content and annotation by using HTML tags, which are denoted by angled brackets, also known as less than and greater than signs. Okay. So compare the markup for the essay to the markup in the HTML diagram. How do they compare? Well, it's title, it has hook, has the body, has the head, has the different sections, different paragraphs. Both the HTML markup and the essay have sections of text. HTML markup is separated by new lines and tags with greater or lesser than. The essay has the text separated by new lines. Both documents include a little title. Both documents include a title near the top. The HTML markup is titled HTML tutorial, marked with title tags. The essay has my autobiography as the title, which is annotated as title with an arrow. Yes, it is. Okay, let's continue. HTML elements. So HTML tags are the markup for HTML. They are annotations that provide information about the type of content they contain. Let's take a closer look at the syntax for how HTML tags surround context to create an HTML element. The diagram displays an HTML paragraph element. As we can see, the paragraph element is made up of one opening tag, content, and a closing tag. So the element is the entire thing. Okay, seems fairly straightforward. Common tags. Let's practice using the HTML elements by writing a few tags. Here are a few common tags that you can start getting familiar with. So they want us to put this into h1 tag. Yeah. Then this into a paragraph. Tag whole thing. Oh, just the 2 lines. And then the last one is a button tag. There we go. Like here. Hypertext and the World Wide Web. The H and T in HTML stands for hypertext. Hypertext is a text that is linked to other text. This diagram shows different websites that are connected to each other through links, which are represented by arrows. What's so hyper about hypertext? The prefix hyper indicates that the text expands beyond the traditional constraints of a written word. Instead of reading documents from beginning to end, like you would read a book, someone going through hypertext can browse. By clicking on links from one document to another, the user can navigate the web page to whatever page they find the most interesting and carve their own unique path through the web. Many modern websites provide rich user experiences with features like embedded videos, animations, and interactivity, so it doesn't necessarily feel like you're just navigating from one HTML page to the next. But despite all of the advances that have taken place with the growth of the web, at its core, the web is still just a collection of hyperlinked documents. I'm gonna go take a quick piss. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Okay, let's continue on. Yeah, we read this one. So adding hyperlinks. Let's explore how hypertext works by adding a link to a basic website. Reading and modifying code is an essential first step in learning to build things for the web. This practice can take you a long while you're learning to build websites from scratch. An attribute in HTML provides additional information about an HTML element. It comes in name and value pair with the structure name equals value. For example, you can specify the width of an HTML element with an attribute equals 500. Links are created in HTML with something called href attribute, which stands for hyperlink reference. Href attribute allows us to specify the URL or address on the web that a link should take users to. Oh, okay. See below for an example of the href attribute action. When we set the href attribute on the anchor tag, abbreviated to A, we can specify both the text that should be rendered for the user, the text within the anchor tag, and the URL that the browser should navigate to. With this code, we're assigning the value to the href attribute. When a user clicks on the text of this link, it will be redirected to Codecademy.com. Okay, so Alejandra has begun to build out her business's website. She wants to link from her homepage to a different page that contains her resume. Start, look at index.html for the text that says 25 years of experience. It should be near line 20. Put an anchor tag around this text. Right, around 20. So 25 years of experience. Ah, it works like that. Okay. Oh. No, it doesn't work. Okay, never mind. 25 years of experience. That's a lot of experience. So now, run it. It should be. No, it's not. I mean, it has a different font, I think. Okay. Add an href attribute to this anchor tag and give it the value resume.html. Okay. Ref, not h-fur. Resume.html. This URL is called a relative path, and it looks a little different from the full URLs you're used to seeing. That's because it's actually a link to another page on the same website. So we can omit the first part. Instead of www.jetsetter.com/resume.html, we can abbreviate the link to just /resume.html. Open the hint if you need a reminder on how to set attributes for HTML tags. I don't. Let's see if it worked. Oh, /resume. Huh? And equals. I become rusty on HTML. Yeah, so now we have a hyperlink. Click on the link that you just made to navigate to Alejandra's resume. Click run. One more when you're ready to move on to the next lesson. Let's go. So what is CSS? Using just HTML, Alejandra was able to build a website that contains all of the content that she wants. But it doesn't look very impressive. Alejandra knows that a basic black and white website won't give her business the credibility that she needs to find new customers. That's where CSS comes in. CSS is the language that provides style to the content of an HTML page. This includes colors, fonts, positioning, layout, and more. So why do we need a separate language for content and presentation? This is an example of the computer science principle, separation of concerns. Large code bases are kept maintainable when each section has clearly differentiated problems that it is trying to solve. Since the styling rules are described separately from the content itself, if Alejandra adds more paragraphs, images, or other forms of content, she can expect them to be styled the same way as her existing content. This will save Alejandra time in the long run, especially as her website gets more and more complex. Okay, so let's apply some CSS. Alejandra has learned CSS and created the desired visual rules to make her website look sleek and polished. She? Oh, yes, she did. Okay, navigate to Style CSS file to take a look at the CSS code that she's written. This file you will recognize many of the HTML tags that you've been working with, and maybe a few that you haven't seen yet. CSS contains selectors that specify the HTML elements to which the style should be applied as well as the visual rules that specify how that content should be displayed. Now it's time to use the HTML link element to apply the CSS file to her existing website. This is done with an HTML link tag. An HTML link tag is often used to create a connection between an HTML file and the CSS file and tells the browser to apply the CSS styles to the HTML. Okay. So on line 6, I'm just gonna say link, make it a tag, link, rel equals style sheet shref equals style.css. Wait, something's wrong. I have too many commas. There we go. Wait. Doesn't like the commas that I use, I think. Fine, I'll use the ones that you used. Works, but it's still complaining. There we go. Awesome. Alejandra's site is looking good. Just a little CSS can make the difference between a website that looks like a skeleton and portfolio-ready site. Now let's tweak the CSS just a little bit. See how the visual rules specified in CSS can change the way that a website is displayed. Navigate to Style CSS and scroll down to line 37. Okay? Where you will see the H1 selector. This section defines the styles for the H1 element on the page, which is the most prominent heading. Just for practice, change the color property from white to black. Let's see the changes. Let's see. Aha, can't read it anymore. Very, very bad. Okay. Change it back to white. There we go. Okay. Now that Alejandra has her... What is happening? Okay. Now that she has her website looking polished, she realizes that she wants the site to be more interactive. She would like to build a shopping cart feature that allows her users to buy travel packages directly from her website. To accomplish this, Alejandra is going to need to learn JavaScript. Any website that provides more than just static information probably utilizes JavaScript in some way. Here are some familiar examples of website features most often built with JavaScript. Pop-up ads, animated graphics, interactive audio and video, maps, and much, much more. One of the defining features of JavaScript is its ability to respond to browser events. These events happen in real time and can be triggered by a wide variety of user interactions, including the user clicking a button, the user pressing enter on their keyboard, the video file finishing loading, user resizing the window, and the user hovering over text on the web page. One of the classic browser events that JavaScript can respond to is the position of the mouse. When a user puts a mouse near an HTML element, the onMouseOver event is fired. Hover over the text in the browser to see how it responds to the onMouseOver event. Okay. Oh, it's like jiggly. It's like moving around. Look at it. Jiggle, jiggle. Bounce bubbles. Let's take a look at how difficult it is to... Oh my god. Yeah, that's not... don't look too easy to program. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to this simple code. And let's ignore this scary 320 lines of code just to make this bubbly word jiggly. Anyway, what else is happening here? JavaScript uses functions, which are reusable blocks of code designed to perform a specific task. DrawText is a function that is being run online too. Ah, so I can actually... Oh, that's cool. Hey. Forget. Oh, it works. Oh, that's cool. Juggle, juggle, juggle. Changes the text that says hello world to JavaScript. Pass a different value into this function. Check out the browser to see what changed. One of the benefits of functions is that they are reusable. The drawText function allows us to take advantage of the reusability of functions because it can render any input text without us needing to rewrite the logic of the function. Okay, that's cool. So, JavaScript functions. In the last exercise, you started to think about two key building blocks of JavaScript: functions and events. Let's review. Functions allow us to write a chunk of code once that can be reused over and over again. Events allow JavaScript to respond to user behaviors, like the user hovering their mouse over an HTML element or resizing their window. Events and functions combine to give JavaScript the ability to create interactive experiences. When an event is fired, a function is executed. This pattern is used again and again in web development to create interactive websites. So first, let's take a look at JavaScript in the index.html file. JavaScript code is between the script tags. This tag alerts the browser that the page contains JavaScript and separates the JavaScript code from the HTML. So find the JavaScript function change color. It's here. I found it. It's right here. This function chooses a color from a list of colors. How does that happen? First, the getRandomColor function generates a random series of numbers and letters to create a new hexadecimal color code. Okay. On the next line, the document keyword accesses the page's background color and sets it to equal to the new color. Document body style, background color equals new color. And new color is let new color, get random color function. Turns the color, which is just random. Okay, so it's this plus whatever the letters and numbers it generates randomly. Okay, click the run button to move on to the next checkpoint to see how we can let a user change the color. Okay, the next step is to connect the change color JavaScript function with an event so that when we click the repaint button, it changes the background color. An event is something that can happen in a browser, like clicking or hovering with your mouse. HTML attributes can set events where the name of the attribute is the event and the value of the attribute is the JavaScript function that we want to execute. In this case, the name of the event is onClick, and we can invoke the function by calling changeColor. Paste this code into the opening tag of the button element. So onClick equals change color. So that should work, yeah. Party. Let's test the functionality of the code that we just added. When you click the repaint button, the background color of the site should be reset at random. Yes, it is. Pretty cool. Okay, next. What is SQL? Now that Alejandra has built out the user-facing checkout features of her website, she realizes that she needs to store all of this information somewhere. She needs her application to be able to store, retrieve, and modify data like usernames, shipping addresses, payment information, and more. In order to build out these features, Alejandra needs to learn some SQL, which stands for Structured Query Language. You might be familiar with SQL or SQL as a language that data analysts and data scientists use to query and analyze data. SQL stores information in tables, which is simply a collection of information organized into rows and columns. If you worked with a spreadsheet like Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets, you might be familiar with working with tables. To get the information, you would write a query or a program that would retrieve data from the table. Here's an example of a query that would select all of the columns from page views table. Select all. Yeah. Web developers and software engineers also use SQL to build apps that can save, modify, and access data. There's even a growing field of data engineering, which is specialized subset of software engineers who ensure that the applications they are working with accurately and effectively record all of the required data. Now you can try it. Add blah 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 to the text editor and to the text editor to select the entire users table from the database. Okay, so Um, my yawning is not subsiding whatsoever. Okay, so select. Jesus, I can't type anymore. Select all from. What is going on? I cannot type. Select all from users. Well, let's see if I remember. Where gender was it full or is male? Yeah, there we go. Okay. What about female? Cool. What about where gender is female and first name is starts with a K. This is how you write it though? Probably not. Might have to look it up. But okay, are there any Sandras? No. Let's see if it works like that even. We have the first name Mindy and first name. No, so I'm not writing it correctly. Um, okay. Oh, I have to do where again, maybe? And where first name is Indy. Oh. Okay, whatever. I'd have to look through my notes. Select all from users. Okay, let's review. Alejandra now has a fully functional web application for her small business. In building out the features that she needed for her business application, she's learned about the 4 languages that form the core of World Wide Web today. HTML, structure website content, CSS, it applies styling to the website, JavaScript adds interactivity to the websites, and SQL allows your web application to store and retrieve data. While these languages are each essential to web development, many of them have also applications in other fields. For example, JavaScript was initially just a language for interacting with HTML, but JavaScript has expanded to be a general-purpose programming language that can be run outside of the browser. You can now build web applications, browser games, desktop applications, and even VR/AR experiences in JavaScript. Learning web development has given Alejandra the skills that she needed for her business and also opened the door for her to take on more and more technical projects in a wide variety of fields. Cool. So I pretty much knew all of this already, but it's good to refresh the basics and maybe just check if you missed anything or not. I guess we're gonna dive deeper into all of this. We have introduction to HTML. have CSS. Okay. So we're gonna take a little break, our long break of the day, because it's lunchtime. I'm gonna go eat something. We're gonna have half an hour for a lunch break, and then we'll come back and we'll tackle, I guess, HTML, CSS, and we'll try to finish this whole learn HTML elements and structure, or like web development fundamentals, maybe. Yeah, I think it's web development fundamentals. We'll try to finish that today, so we'll have like three units finished today. But yeah, until then, I am going to have a break. Go eat something. So I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. So, had a bit of lunch, took the dog out. Now we're ready to continue on. Allowed my voice to just sort of rest a little bit because I was getting a weird feeling in the back of my throat there for a second. Okay, so we left off with introduction to HTML. We glanced over a little bit about over all the elements of front end in the previous unit. So I guess now we're diving a little bit deeper into each individual element. If we check the syllabus, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of HTML, then some CSS, and then probably tomorrow we're jumping into JavaScript, because that's going to be much more extensive, because I can see like 4 entire units dedicated to JavaScript, which is good because I don't know any JavaScript, and the opportunity to learn it will be pretty good. So yeah, let's jump into wait, quickly. I'm gonna turn the forest sounds for relaxation. Okay, so welcome to the world of code. Last year, millions of learners from our community started with HTML. Why? HTML is the skeleton of all web pages. It's often the first language learned by developers, marketers, and designers, and is core to front-end development work. If this is your first time touching code, we're excited for what you're about to create. So what exactly is HTML? HTML provides structure to the content appearing on the website, such as images, text, or videos. Right-click on any page on the internet, choose Inspect, and you'll see HTML in a panel of your screen. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. A markup language is a computer language that defines the structure and presentation of raw text. In HTML, the computer can interpret raw text that is wrapped in HTML elements. Hypertext is displayed on a computer or device that provides access to other text through links, also known as hyperlinks. You've probably clicked on a couple of hyperlinks on your way to this Codecademy course. Learning HTML is the first step in creating websites, but even a bit of knowledge can help you inject code snippets into newsletters, blog, or website templates. As you continue learning, you can layer HTML and CSS and JavaScript to create visually compelling and dynamic websites. But for now, we're going to focus on how to add and modify basic content on a page, like text, images, and video. Don't worry if the websites look ugly, we're just getting started. Okay. So, so right now we want to type in your name in between. Easy peasy. Bam. I'm a website creator now. HTML is composed of elements. These elements structure the web page and define its content. Let's take a look at how they're written. The diagram on the right displays an HTML paragraph element. As we can see, the paragraph element is made up of an opening tag, the content, and a closing tag. A tag, and the content between it is called an HTML element. There are many tags that we can use to organize and display text and other types of content, like images. Okay, so HTML element, blah, 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 tag, opening tag, closing tag. Yeah, we know all of this. Let's just quickly skip through the most basic stuff. So the body. One of the key HTML elements we use to build a web page is the body element. Only content inside the opening and closing body tags can be displayed to the screen. Here's what opening and closing body tags looks like. Yes. Once the file has a body, many different types of content, including text, images, and buttons, can be added to the body. Okay, so it's asking us to add a body element, or Just doing the same line. Add the following code between your opening and closing tags. Life is very short, and what we do and what we have to do must be done in the now. Audrey Lord. Audrey Lord. Lord. Cool. Wait. Well, some browsers may render some content outside body tags as well to accommodate the occasional mistake in your HTML. Not all browsers do this. The best way to ensure that all your HTML renders the same way in all browsers is to ensure that your elements remain within the opening and closing tags. Did you add? Oh, it was asking us to add a paragraph. My bad. There we go. Next, HTML structure. HTML is organized as a collection of family tree relationships. As you saw in the last exercise, we placed p tags, paragraph tags, within the body tags. When an element is contained inside another element, it is considered the child of that element. Child element is said to be nested inside of the parent element. Makes sense? In the example above, the paragraph element is nested inside the body element. The paragraph element is considered a child of the body element, and the body element is considered the parent. You can also see that we've added two spaces of indentation using spacebar for better readability. Since there can be multiple levels of nesting, this analogy can be extended to grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and beyond. The relationship between elements and their ancestor and descendant elements is known as hierarchy. Let's consider a more complicated example that uses some new tags. Ooh. In this example, the body element is the parent of the div element. Both the h1 and paragraph elements are children of the div element. Yes, because the h1 and p elements are at the same level, they are considered siblings and are both grandchildren of the body element. Understanding HTML hierarchy is important because child elements can inherit behavior and styling from their parent element. You'll learn more about the web page hierarchy when you start digging into CSS. So, add the paragraph below as the child of the div element. Seems simple enough. This paragraph is a child of the div. And a child. Perfect. Let's move on. Headings in HTML are similar to headings in other types of media. For example, in newspapers, large headings are typically used to capture a reader's attention. Other times, headings are used to describe content, like the title of a movie or an educational article. HTML follows a similar pattern. In HTML, there are 6 different headings. 6? Oh yeah, 6. I thought it was 5 for some reason. Headings can be used for a variety of purposes, like titling sections, articles, and other forms of content. The following is a list of heading elements available in HTML. They are ordered from largest to smallest in size. The following example code uses a headline intended to capture a reader's attention. Uses the large heading available, the main heading element. Breaking news. Okay, now that you know how to structure HTML elements, we'll spend the rest of the lesson building an informational website using some of the most common HTML elements. We've put some elements in to get you started, but you'll write the rest of the page on your own. Below the H3 heading that says features, add an H2 heading that says habitat. Sounds simple enough. H2 habitat. I'm annoyed that this doesn't have autocomplete of tags. Below the habitat, add an H3 heading that says countries with large brown bear populations. Sure thing. Countries with large brown bear populations. I don't know why the letters are capitalized here. On the next line, add one more H3 heading that says countries with small brown bear populations. So we can copy this. Countries with small. Finally, on the next line, add an H2 heading that says media. Rebuilding a menu bar, media. Seems like it. One of the most popular elements in HTML is the div element. Div is short for division, or a container that divides the page into sections. These sections are very useful for grouping elements in your HTML together. Divs don't inherently have a visual representation, but they are very useful when we want to apply custom styles to our HTML elements. Divs allow us to group HTML elements to apply the same styles for all HTML elements inside. We can also style the div elements as a whole. You can see how this be done in the Learn CSS course. I've already learned. I've already learned it. Divs can contain any text or other HTML elements, such as links, images, or videos. Remember to always add 2 spaces of indentation when you nest elements inside of the div for better readability. Sure thing. Below the H1 heading that says the brown bear, add an opening div tag. So below it, below the H1 heading that says the brown bear. Okay. And a closing tag after the H3 element that says features, so after it. Just space these out a little. Fine, yeah. Above the H2 element that says habitat, we open another div and closing it here. Above media, we also open a div And we close it here. Yep. Attributes. If we want to expand an element's tag, we can do so using an attribute. Attributes are content added to the opening tag of an element and can be used in several different ways. Now, Gulek, don't fly there. No. Stop lying next to the wall. You have the whole room where to lie and you choose the wall. Oh, that's right. Where was I? Attributes are content added to the opening tag of an element and can be used in several different ways, from providing information to changing styling. Attributes are made up of the following two parts, the name and the value. One commonly used attribute is the ID. We can use the ID attribute to specify different content, such as divs, and is really helpful when you use an element more than once. IDs have several different purposes in HTML, but for now we'll focus on how they can help us identify content on our page. When we want to add an ID to a div, we place it in the opening tag. Alright, so add an ID to introduction. With the value introduction to the div that's below the brown bear. Okay. D equals introduction. Add an ID that has the habitat as a child. So here, habitat. Add an ID attribute with the value media to the opening div. D equals media. Easy peasy. If you want to display text in HTML, you can use a paragraph or span. Paragraphs contain a block of plain text. Span contains short pieces of text or other HTML. They are used to separate small pieces of content that are on the same line as other content. Take a look at each of those elements in the action below. In the example above, there are two different divs. The second div contains a paragraph with a span. This span element separates self-driving cars from the rest of the text in the paragraph. It's best to use span element when you want to target a specific piece of content that is in line or on the same line as other text. If you want to divide your content into blocks, it's better to use a div. Okay, so below an H2 element that says about brown bears, below this one, add a paragraph. Sure. And inside we want to copy all of this text. Spaces of indentation. Do we need to? Because paragraph is the child element of the div, not the H2. Or is it the child element of H2? Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay, below the element H3 that says features, we want to add this text and also a paragraph. So tab gives us 2 spaces. Good to know. Okay. And under the element that says countries with small brown bear populations, we want to paste this. Also, in a paragraph, small bear populations. Okay. Cool. Next. You can also style text using HTML tags. The EM tag emphasizes text, while the strong tag highlights important text. Later, when you begin to style websites, you'll decide how you want browsers to display content within M and strong tags. Browsers, however, have built-in style sheets that will generally style these tags in the following ways. The EM tag will generally render as italic emphasis. The strong will generally render as bold emphasis. Okay, so we want to emphasize Ursus Arctos using the EM tag. Do we need to close it? I think so, yeah. Because it's not, it has to know the boundaries, I guess. And least concern, strong. Where? Bowed brown bears. Here. What is going on? I'm hearing squirrels. Might be the might be the forest audio that I'm playing. Okay, so that should be done. So yeah, it idolized this and boldened this. Spacing between code in an HTML file doesn't affect the positioning of elements in the browser. If you are interested in modifying the spacing in the browser, you can use the HTML's line break element. My dog's going crazy over a ball. And he's eating his own fluff off the floor. And he's very distracting. Anyway, the line break element. The line break element is unique because it is only composed of a starting tag. You can use it anywhere within your HTML code, and a line break will be shown in the browser. The code in the example above will result in an output that looks like the following. So add 2 line breaks after the sentence that ends with least concern. So here. Yep. That was 1 line break though. Oh wait, no, it's 2. Yeah, because otherwise it would have rendered it on this line. Okay. We have unordered lists. In addition to organizing text in a paragraph form, You can also display content in an easy-to-read list. HTML, you can use an unordered list tag to create a list of items in no particular order. An unordered list outlines individual list items with a bullet point. The UL element should not hold raw text and won't automatically format raw text into an unordered list of items. Individual list items must be added to the unordered list using the list tag. The list or list item tag is used to describe an item in a list. Yeah. So under the heading that says species, which is here, we want to add probably an unordered list tag, and then we close it. Yeah. And we want to add the following list items. So which will be Arctos. Colarus. We're learning about bears today. That's also a plus. Horribilis. Horribilis. How does it look like? Horribilis. There. Doesn't look so horrible to me. Pretty cute. Horribilis. Yeah. Yeah. And finally, Nelsoni. Ooh, is it extinct? Nelsoni. How did that look like? Similar. I would not be able to tell the difference. Okay. Oh, we were supposed to write extinct. Extinct. I don't know how to spell extinct apparently. Oh my god, extinct. There we go. Okay. Ordered lists. Ordered lists are like unordered lists, except that each list item is numbered. They are useful when you need to list different steps in a process or rank items from first to last. You can create the ordered list with the OL tag and then add individual list items to the list using the list item tag. So under countries, where was it? Countries with large brown bear populations. We need the ordered list tag and we want to close it. One second here. Just banning some bots. So we close the ordered list, and then inside we want list items with Russia. Yeah, I bet Russia has a fudge ton of bears. United States. And Canada. Canada. There we go. All of the elements you've learned about so far share one thing in common. They're composed entirely of text. What if you want to add content to your web page that isn't composed of text, like images? The image tag allows you to add an image to a web page. Most elements require both opening and closing tags, but the image tag is self-closing tag. Note that the end of the image tag has a forward slash. Does it? Ah. Self-closing tags may include or omit the final slash. Both will render properly. Yeah, I was about to say, like, because I've never added the forward slash on any of my image tags, and they all worked perfectly fine. So the image tag has an required attribute called source. The source attribute must be set to the image's source, or the location of the image. In this case, the value of source must be the uniform source locator, URL, of the image. A URL is the web address of the or local address where the file is stored. Okay, so under the media HR tag, H2 tag, we want to include an image tag with src equals, and we'll just copy this thing, close the tag. There we go, we have a bear now. Yay. What a cute bear. He looks polite. Looks like a polite bear. He's definitely not the horrible bear. And I hope he's not the extinct bear. He is, he's definitely not Arctos, so he's Calaros. Yeah, because he wears a collar. He's a bear in a tuxedo. He's a polite bear. Gentleman bear. Okay, image alts. Part of being an exceptional web developer is making your site accessible to users of all backgrounds. In order to make the web more inclusive, we need to consider what happens when assistive technologies such as screen readers come across image tags. Well, they can just ignore it. I don't know. They can describe the image without us including any alt tags. Alt attributes. That would be much easier. So the alt attribute, which means alternative text, brings meaning to the image on our site. The alt attribute can be added to the image tag, just like the source attribute. The value of the alt tag should be the description of the image. The alt attribute also serves the following purposes. If an image fails to load on a web page, the user can mouse over the area originally intended for the image and read a brief description of the image. This is made possible by the description you provided in the alt attribute. Visually impaired users often browse the web with the aid of screen reading software. When you include the alt attribute, screen reading software can read the image's description out loud to the visually impaired user. The alt attribute also plays a role in search engine optimization, SEO, because search engines cannot see the images on the websites as they crawl the internet. Having descriptive alt attributes can improve the ranking of your site. If the image on the web page is not one that conveys any meaningful information to a user, visually impaired or otherwise, the alt attribute should be left empty. Okay, so I guess we have to include an alt attribute. Alt equals this is a very polite bear. Yeah. I did what it asked me, accurately describing the image. This is a very polite bear. Thus is a very polite bear. Thus. This. Dot. Let's be grammatically correct as well. Possibly has several tuxedos in its collection. Yeah. I'm just telling the truth. Next. In addition to images, HTML also supports displaying videos, like the image element. Sorry, my voice is giving out. Like the image element, the video element requires a source attribute with the link to the video source. Unlike the image element, however, the video element requires an opening and closing tag. In this example, the video source is my video MP4. The source can be a video file that is hosted alongside your web page, or a URL that points to a video file hosted on another web page. Source attribute, the width and height attributes are used to set the size of the video displayed in the browser. Controls attribute instructs the browser to include basic video controls such as pausing and playing. God, I hate websites where they just include a video and they don't let you pause it. The text "video not supported" between the opening and closing video tags will only be displayed if the browser is unable to load the video. So, okay, under the image, are we gonna have a video of a bear? I hope so. Video, and let's close it to find the width. Oh, never mind. Okay. So define the width as 320 and the height as 40. 40. Oh, we need the URL as well. Of course. To right here. Oh, my closing tag went somewhere where it's not supposed to. What am I doing wrong here? Controls. Well, we have video, but it's still probably need to. No, I don't need to include it. Probably doesn't like my What are these called? 1 second. Quotation marks. Of course. Just somehow slipped my mind. Yeah, so probably... it's not the quotation marks. Right, with VO. It's not liking something. I play the video? No. So we have the video tag. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah. It's supposed to be like so. And we have a bear video. So we already defined those. And in between the opening and closing video tags, add the phrase video not supported. Video not supported. And as a reward for finishing this section of the unit, let us watch a bear video. Ah yes, the polite bear in its natural habitat. Look at him, he's so polite. Okay. Enough of bearing around. Let's take a 10-minute break. And we'll pick on, because we finished the chapter and we have a review. I guess we can watch the video. But it's basically the same thing. Yeah, it's a review. I don't feel like I need it. So we'll leave off here. Because the next one I assume is a quiz. Yeah, it's a quiz. So we'll do the quiz after the break. Okay. Break time. Okay, we are back. Let's continue. Let's do the test or the quiz. So, which element is the parent of paragraph? So it's the div. Yes. The abbreviation HTML stands for which of the following? Hypertransfer Markdown language, Hypertransfer Markup language, Hypertransfer Markup language, Hypertext Markup language, Hypertext Markdown language. Easy. How would you output the code below? How would the output of the code? No laying against the wall. No, no, no. Get out of there. Get out of there. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Wall laying dog. How would you output? How I can't read anymore, Jesus. How would the output of the code below change if UL and UL were changed to OL and OL? So from unordered to ordered. The bullet points in the output would change to numbers. Numbers in the output, no changes. The code would no longer output any visible content. It would change to numbers. Yeah. What is the correct definition of an HTML element? Second or closing HTML tag. The second or closing HTML tag, closing tags have a / inside them. The first or opening tag, HTML code that does not require opening. HTML tag and the content that it contains or marks up. Yes. The following code results in no visible output to the browser. Why? Well, I wonder why. So list items must be added to the list. The OL tag signifies old information, meaning the contents will never display. Yeah, definitely. The OL tag must be replaced with the UL tag. OL is not valid. Yeah. Which of the following is the correct syntax for the paragraph HTML element? I am a paragraph. Well, this seems correct. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. This one. Which of the following tags would contain the HTML for a web page's visible content? Its body. Match the blanks with the proper syntax to create an HTML paragraph element for this text. So, opening tag, closing tag. I said closing tag. Which of the following is valid HTML for the heading tag with the smallest size and lowest rank in the hierarchy? So H6 because H9 doesn't exist. What HTML code will most web browsers display as italics? EM. This we're emphasizing. Why is the code below incorrect? Because it needs a closing tag. Yeah. The following code is supposed to display an image, but fails to do so because it doesn't have a source attribute. Which of the following elements will directly affect the vertical spacing in an HTML layout? It's BR. Cool, 100%. Let's move on. Okay, preparing for HTML. Now that we've learned about some of the most common HTML elements, it's time to learn how to set up an HTML file. HTML files require certain elements to set up the document properly. We can let web browsers know that we are using HTML by starting our document with a document type declaration. The declaration looks like this: doc type HTML. Are you making weird sounds? The declaration is an instruction, and it must be the first line of code in your HTML document. It tells the browser what type of document to expect, along with what version of HTML is being used in the document. For now, the browser will correctly assume that the HTML in doctype HTML is referring to HTML5, as it is the current standard. In the future, however, a new standard will override HTML5. Make sure your document is forever interpreted correctly. Always include HTML at the very beginning of your HTML document. Lastly, HTML code is always saved in a file with an HTML extension. Okay. So doc type HTML. Bingo bongo, we're done. The doctype declaration provides the browser with two pieces of information. The type of document and the HTML version to expect, but it doesn't actually add any HTML structure or content. To create HTML structure and content, we must add opening and closing HTML tags after declaring the doc type. Okay, so we will just HTML, then a closing HTML tag. Bingo bongo. Anything between the opening and closing HTML tags will be interpreted as HTML code. Without these tags, it is possible that browsers could incorrectly interpret your HTML code. So far, you've done two things to set up the file properly. Declared to the browser that your code is HTML with the doctype HTML tag, and added the HTML element that will contain the rest of your code. We have added these elements to the Brown Bears page you previously created. Now let's also give the browser some information about the page itself. We can do this by adding a head element. Remember the body tag? The head element is part of this HTML metaphor. It goes above your body element. Head element contains the metadata for a web page. Metadata is information about the page that isn't displayed directly on the web page. Unlike the information inside of the body tag, the metadata is in the head is information about the page itself. You'll see an example of this in the next exercise. So it just wants us to add the head tag. Dunzo. Page titles. What kind of metadata about the web page can the head element contain? If you navigate to the Codecademy catalog and look at the top of your browser, you'll notice the words all courses and tutorials, which is the title of the web page. A browser's tab displays the title specified in the title tag. The title tag is always inside the head. So we'll just add the title that it wants us to add. Brown Bears. There we go. So yeah, the title appears on the tab of a browser. Linking to other web pages. One of the powerful aspects of HTML and the internet is the ability to link to other web pages. You can add links to a web page by adding an anchor element and including the text of the link in between the opening and closing tags. Wait a minute, technically the link in the example above is incomplete. Yeah, because it doesn't have an href. How exactly is the link above supposed to work if there's no URL that will lead users to the actual Wikipedia page? The anchor element in the example above is incomplete without the href attribute. This attribute stands for hypertext reference and is used to link to a path or the address to where a file is located, whether it's on your computer or in another location. Paths provided to the href attribute are often URLs. Okay, so after the first paragraph, right above, heading, it says species, we add heading. We add a heading that says learn more. So we can do like 5. Oh wait, no, it's not a paragraph. We're supposed to add it here, I'm pretty sure. What? I did. After the first paragraph, yes, right above the heading that says species, yes, add a link that says learn more. I did. What did I do wrong? Well, it appears here. Maybe the spacing's incorrect. No. Did you add the link after the paragraph ending in Himalayan brown bear and before species? Maybe I'm supposed to actually add it, not add it as an inline. It's like here. Yeah. Okay. In a separate line. Add the following URL to the link. Sure thing. There we go. Now we can read about bears. Opening links in a new window. Have you ever clicked on a link and observed the resulting web page open in a new browser window? If so, you can thank the element's target attribute. Target attribute specifies how a link should open. It is possible that one or more links on your web page link to an entirely different website. In that case, you may want users to read the linked website, but hope that they return to your web page. This is exactly when the target attribute is useful. For a link to open in a new window, the target attribute requires a value of /blank. The target attribute can be added directly to the opening tag of the anchor element, just like the href element. Okay. So in the example above, setting the target attribute to blank instructs the browser to open the relevant Wikipedia page in a new window. In this exercise, we've used the terminology open in a new window. It's likely that you're using a modern browser that opens up a website in new tabs rather than new windows. Before the advent of browsers with tabs, additional browser windows had to be opened to view more websites. Okay. So we just add a target variable, type in _ blank. And now clicking this thing will open a new tab. Cool. Next, linking to a relative page. Thus far, you've learned how to link to external web pages. Many sites also link to internal web pages like Home, About, and Contact. God damn it, I'm getting lots of bots. 1 second. Before we learn how to link between internal pages, let's establish where our files are stored. In making multi-page static websites, web developers often store HTML files in the root directory, or the main folder, where all the files for the project are stored. As the size of the projects you create grows, you may use additional folders within the main project folder to organize your code. The example above shows 3 different files: About HTML, Contact HTML, and Index HTML in one folder. HTML files are often stored in the same folder as shown in the example above. If the browser is currently displaying Index HTML, it also knows that About HTML and Contact HTML are in the same folder. Because the files are stored in the same folder, we can link web pages together using a relative path. In this example, the A tag is used with a relative path to link from the current HTML file to the contact HTML file in the same folder. On the web page, contact will appear as a link. A relative path is a file name that shows the path to a local file. Ugh, my yawning is coming back. A relative path is a file name that shows the path to a local file, a file on the same website, such as /index.html, versus an absolute path, a full URL like blah 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 blah, which is stored in a different folder. Okay. But I can also, from experience, I can also show, declare declare a relative path to a different folder, no? I guess as long as it's in the same directory. But I can't jump out of that directory and then go into another directory. Yeah, I guess that's the case. Okay. So the dot slash in dot slash index.html tells the browser to look for the file in the current folder. Is the dot necessary? Is the dot slash even necessary? Okay, let's continue with the instructions. Directly below the opening body tag within index.html, add an anchor tag that links to index.html with a relative path. The link should say brown bear. So directly below the opening body tag, need a anchor tag. It should say brown bear, and it should link to a relative so something like this. Yeah. And under the link to the index.html, add an anchor tag that links to about me HTML. I guess we can just write it like this. href equals dot slash about.html posting tag about me, and we add the posing tag. No. Oh, is it a relative? Oh, about me HTML. About me HTML. There we go. So now we have menu buttons. About me. Hello, I'm Michael Doliner. I'm a bear. He's the polite bear. He's the polite bear that's writing the article. This is my profile picture. This is my video of chilling in a jacuzzi. Yeah, I am Michael Doliner. We know everything about this bear. He has tuxedos. He's not a horrible bear. He's not extinct. He's not an Arctic bear. He has a collared tuxedo. He visits these countries. Yep, that's his profile picture. His like dating app picture. That's his video. Yep, that's his family. What if this is his wife? Oh my god. Okay, let's focus. Next one. Linking at will. You've probably visited websites where not all links were made up of text. Maybe the links you've clicked on were images or some other form of content. So far, we added links that were made up of only text, like the following. Text-only links, however, would significantly decrease your flexibility as a web developer. Thankfully, HTML allows you to turn nearly any element into a link by wrapping that element with an anchor element. With this technique, it's possible to turn images into links by simply wrapping the image element with an anchor element. In the example above, an image of a prickly pear has been turned into a link by wrapping on the outside of the image element with an anchor element. Okay, so we're gonna do the same, I guess. So in index.html, transform the image of on your page into a link by wrapping the image Okay, so just wrap it in. We do href equals probably this. And we close our a tag. No. Oh, target. Set the target attribute so it opens in a new window. Should be done here. Target equals underscore blank. There we go. Now we can click on the bear and go to the wiki page of Michael Doliner, the polite bear. So linking to the same page. At this point, we have all the content we want on our page. Since we have so much content, it doesn't all fit on the screen. How do we make it easier for a user to jump to different portions of our page? When users visit our site, we want them to be able to click a link and have the page automatically scroll to a specific section. In order to link to a target on the same page, we must give the target an ID, like this. Oh, yeah, okay, you're giving the target ID. I was like, where's the target tag? Where's the target attribute? Okay, in the example, the paragraph element is assigned an ID of top, and the H1 element is assigned of bottom. This probably would work better with more content, but an ID should be descriptive to make it easier to remember the purpose of a link. The target link is a string containing the hashtag. I think it's a hashtag. Character and the target element's ID. Oh, and then you href to the ID. Okay. So under the H1 element that says the brown bear, right here, under it, create an unordered list with the following list items. Sure thing. So with the following list items. So introduction, habitat, and media. Wrap the text of each list item in the unordered list in an anchor element. Each anchor tag should link to the corresponding div on the page. Ah, okay. So href equals to introduction. Href equals habitat hashtag, and here href equals media. Oh, supposed to wrap these in the anchor tags. What a weird way to do it. Let's do it with the list. Introduction. I deleted quotation marks. And finally, media. Make sure to wrap just the ugh. I can't read apparently. That. It's been a few hours. I'm becoming quite scatterbrained. This whole thing. Pasted here. This thing out. Pasted here. Get this thing out. Pasted here. There we go. There we go. It doesn't really jump, but you know, it works. It works, trust me. White space. The rest of this lesson will focus on some tools developers use to make code easier to interpret. As the code in an HTML file grows, it becomes increasingly difficult to keep track of how elements are related. Programmers use two tools to visualize the relationship between elements: whitespace and indentation. Okay, both tools take advantage of the fact that the position of elements in a browser is independent of the amount of whitespace or indentation in the index.html file. For example, if you wanted to increase the space between two paragraphs on your web page, you would not be able to accomplish this by adding space between the paragraph elements in the index.html file. The browser ignores whitespace in HTML files when it renders a web page, so it can be used as a tool to make the code easier to read and follow. So what makes this example difficult to read? Well, it's all in one line. You have to read the entire line to know what elements are present. Compare the elements above to this. So beautiful. Also the strongest shape. I wonder if someone will get the reference. So this example is easier to read because each element is on its own line. While the first example required you to read the entire line of code to identify its elements, this example makes it easy to identify the body tags and two paragraphs. A browser renders both examples the same way. Right, so now we have to fix this one. We have body, we have h1. Do that, I guess. And then we have another body. Should be here. There we go. Indentation. The second tool web developers use to make the structure of code easier to read is indentation. The spaces are inserted using space and tab bars on your keyboard. The World Wide Web Consortium. This name just sounds so evil. The World Wide Web Consortium has decided that nobody has access to Wikipedia anymore. I don't know. It just sounds evil. The word consortium is inherently evil, in my opinion. Anyway, the consortium is responsible for maintaining the style standards of HTML. At the time of writing, the W3C recommends 2 spaces of indentation when writing HTML code. Although your code will work without exactly 2 spaces, this standard is followed by the majority of professional web developers. Indentation is used to easily visualize which elements are nested within other elements. I hate that rule. I want 4 spaces. It's just because in certain IDEs and in certain code editors, the 2 spaces are just not enough. I don't know, at least for me. In the example above, paragraph 1 and the div tags are nested inside of the body tag, so they are indented 2 spaces. Paragraph 2 element is nested inside of the div tag, so it is indented an additional 2 spaces. Oh, we got some indentation here. Yeah. So it should be like this. 2. Oh, because it's not a parent. So it should be like this. Yeah. HTML files also allow you to add comments to your code. Comments begin with arrow to the left and arrow to the right. Okay, so add a comment. Just anywhere? Sure. Yes, as a comment. Or, no, this is a title. Done. Okay, so we know everything about HTML now. Literally everything. No, I'm just joking. But this is a pretty good sort of refresher on HTML for me. It'll be easier to jump into further things when I'm learning. Yeah. I guess we can read this. So you now know all of the basic elements and setup you need to structure an HTML page and add different types of content. With the help of CSS, very soon you will be creating beautiful websites. While some tags have a very specific purpose, such as image and video tags, most tags are used to describe the content that they surround, which helps us modify and style our content later. There are seemingly infinite numbers of tags to use, many more than we thought. Knowing when to use each one is based on how you want to describe the content of your HTML. Descriptive, well-chosen tags are one key to high-quality web development. A full list of available HTML tags can be found in Mozilla documentation. Okay. The video is probably going through the same things that we learned, right?
Hi everyone, my name's Chelsea, a Seattle-based developer and designer. This is the second screencast for Unit 1 of Learn HTML. We will be learning about linking and how to properly set up an HTML document. Most of what I discuss will be covered in the HTML document standards lesson. This video is really meant to reinforce and build some context around the ideas presented in that curriculum.
Okay, fine, good. Let's watch it.
Before we begin, I just wanted to run through these learning goals quickly. The main aim here is that by the end of this video, we will be able to set up an HTML document that uses correct relative paths and properly links to pages and page anchors. Let's go ahead and take a look at the page we'll be working with. If you watched the last video on
Cats.
HTML structure, you may remember this project. When I look
No,
at
you're not a
the
cat.
HTML for this project, I notice right away that we are missing some pretty important pieces. I'll just go ahead and add those in now. The first thing we're going to want to include here is a doc type declaration.
Yeah.
This should always be the first line in our HTML document. This line ensures that browsers will parse our HTML in a more predictable, uniform way. Basically, this line just says that this document is written in modern HTML5. If this line is omitted or incorrectly added, then browsers will interpret the document as if it were written in an older version of HTML before the language was standardized. It's interesting to realize that HTML is the oldest language on the web, and there are still lots of different versions of it out in the wild today. Here is the world's very first web page. It was created by Tim Berners-Lee in the early 90s, and it's written in a proto-HTML language. It's pretty cool that this can still be viewed today, and I'll go ahead and throw this in resources for those of you who are curious. Let's jump back into our project now. Next, we are going to want to include the HTML element. We want this to be the root of our document, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste our body element into these tags. Another direct child to our root element should always be the head element. Unlike the body element, which contains elements which actually get displayed to the screen, the head tag contains metadata about our page. Metadata is data about data, and it will not show up on the page itself. For a specific example, we can think of our HTML document as data, and since a page should have some guiding topic or theme, we can give this data a title. In other words, we can use data to name data. We can do this with the title tag. The content of this tag will show up in the title bar of our page. So let me save this,
Cat
and
schedules.
when I go back to our page, pay attention to this title bar up
His
here.
schedule. Look at his schedule. Look at this cat's schedule. Sleep, attack magic, murder, nap, snack, and doze. Awesome.
Refresh, we see our title. It's important to note that this title will also appear in search results and bookmark lists. It allows search engines to determine what a page is about, and it influences how well a page ranks in search results. For example, here is a webcomic which inspired much of the content for this project. If we look at the source code for this page, we can see this is the title that they were using in the head of their document. Now, if I do a quick Google search for how much do cats kill, we see that this title shows up and this page ranks pretty highly. Several studies seem to suggest that readers make snap judgments based on titles and headings, so this text can be a deciding factor influencing whether or not a user visits your site. Since this piece of metadata is so important for site traffic, we want to give it some thought. A good title is neither too long nor too short. In other words, the title should be long enough to adequately capture the gist of a page, but as window tabs are limited in length, we don't want to go overboard here. According to W3C, ideally our titles should be under 64 characters in length. More descriptive titles can be
That's a
stuffed into
lot.
the content
64.
of our H1 tags if necessary. You may remember that we
Wait,
also worked
what?
on the of our H1 tags if necessary length. More descriptive titles can be stuffed into the content of our H1 tags if necessary.
Oh, okay.
You may remember that we also worked on this second page. Now that we have learned how to properly set up an HTML document with our doc type declaration and our metadata, let's go ahead and run through this entire process again with this other page. So let's open up the HTML for that. Remember that the first thing we need, the very first line of code, should be our doc type declaration. Next, we're going to want to include an HTML tag as the root of our document. The first direct child in our root element should be the head, and within the head we are going to want to include a short but descriptive title. And the second direct child within our root element should be the body element, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut and paste this element in. Now I just want to go ahead and save, and let's go back to our page to make sure that the title shows up in this tab up here. And when I refresh, we see that that information changes. Next, we're going to want this page to link back to our main page with the scheduling info. So we're going to want this LI element to be an anchor. So we see that LI element here, and you might be tempted to wrap this entire line
Yep.
in anchor tags.
Mistake I
However,
made.
that would be invalid HTML. The only valid direct child to a UL or an OL element is the LI element. So to create our site navigation, I'm just going to enclose this text itself within an anchor. Let me just cut and paste that text in. As far as the href value itself is concerned, we need to use a path that points to this index.html file. The path or address to this file can be created relative to the root folder of our project with this syntax. This // syntax refers to our current working directory. In this case, that's HTML. If we omit this // it'll be assumed. So this path is the same as this path.
Oh, so we don't have to
Now, if I
write
just go
it.
ahead and save.
Like, yeah, I figured. Because in my other projects, I've never, when using relative paths, I didn't really include the dot forward slash. So the fact that it's assumed makes a lot of sense.
Save this and navigate back to our page. When I refresh the page, we see that this styling has changed, and if I click on it, it takes us back to our main page. I'm also going to want this page to link back to our frequently asked questions page. So let me open up that index.html file again, and I think at the top of the body element, I'm going to go ahead and create a nav element, and within that nav element I'm going to want a UL element, and of course the only valid direct child of a UL element is an LI element, and within the LI element we're going to have an anchor. Again, I'm going to want to create a relative path to my root project folder. That's a path relative to this HTML folder up here. So I'm going to use the // notation, even though it's not entirely necessary, just that way you become familiar with it. And if you do decide to use this syntax, just be sure that you remember to include the dot before the // as that's important. And let's go ahead and give the anchor some content. So now let me just go ahead and save this so I can navigate back to our project. When I refresh, when I click on this navigation, oh, it's not working, so let's go back into the text editor, see what's going on. Okay, it looks like I used the incorrect.
Stop, don't say. I want to see what kind of mistake she did. Href equals HTML. Our anchor is fine. This item is fine. It seems the list item is written correctly. UL is closing properly, all the other tags are closed properly. Well, it couldn't be that the anchor tag is not allowed within the navigation tab. It's nonsense. Href / index HTML. Where's the mistake? You can spot the mistake here. Leave it in the comments. Wait, href equals, that's fine. Statistics, the anchor tag is closed properly, opened properly, the attribute's written well, list item is closed properly. Okay, what's the mistake? I give up.
And so I can navigate back to our, oh, it's not working, so let's go back into the text editor, see what's going on. Okay, it looks like I used the incorrect relative path here. We're in index.html right now, and we're actually trying to link to the frequently asked question page, to this file here.
Oh.
Okay, so now if I save this and navigate back, refresh, with those changes in place, I can now jump between our two pages. Another way we can use the anchor tag is to link to different parts of our page. So for example, I want this attack magic list item to link to this image of magic, and similarly I want this attack jinx list item to link to this image of jinx. In the last screencast, you were briefly introduced to the ID attribute. One reason we may want to uniquely identify an element is for this type of page linking. Basically, we want to use ID attributes to uniquely identify our images, so that way our anchor elements can target them and scroll to the correct area of the page. So I'm just going to go ahead and give this image an ID attribute with a value of jinx. And I'm also going to give this image an ID attribute with a value of magic. And now we just need to go ahead and create our hyperlinks. When creating page anchors like this that target ID attributes, it's important for us to remember this hash sign in our href value. And I want to do a similar thing with this list item down here. Just going to turn it into a hyperlink. Now let me save and go back to our page so we can make sure that this is working. And when I click on this link, it scrolls the page to our image of magic, and the same thing happens when I click on attack jinx. It scrolls the page back up so that way we can see the image of jinx. So at this point, we've seen how we can use
so
the anchor
Jinx
tag
says
to link
schedule we've
internally.
seen. What's
Attack
Magic's
jinx.
schedule?
It scrolls the page to
Wake caretaker, play, murder, sleep, meow until caretaker gives 3 pets, nap, and attack jinx. Sounds about right. Sounds sounds exactly like a cat.
our image of magic, and the same thing happens when I click on attack jinx. Seeing how we can use the anchor tag to link internally, either to another page on our site or to a specific section of a page. One of the most fundamental and important aspects of the web is that we can link from one document to a totally separate external document. You can probably guess that to do this type of external linking, we are again going to make use of our anchor tag. So for example, I want us to link to this webcomic. This webcomic is stored on a totally separate computer from my own project. To link to this page, I'm going to nest an anchor tag within this h2. So what type of path should I use as a value to this href attribute? When we were linking to an HTML file which was included in my project folder, I was able to use a relative path. However, as this page is external to my site, using file path syntax that is relative to my project folder isn't going to work. Instead, I need to use an absolute path here. So to do that, I can just copy and paste the URL to this site into the href attribute. So the URL to our site is now the value to the href attribute. And now when I save and go back to our page, we should see that this heading has become an anchor. And when I click on it, it links us back to the webcomic. However, I want this to open up in its own tab, so I can use the target attribute for that. just going to include that attribute within the anchor tag. Underscore blank is the value for that attribute, which will cause the page to open in its own tab. So now when I click, we see that the webcomic opens up in its very own tab. Okay, everyone, that's all I got. I hope that this video helped to solidify your learning.
Cool.
Please remember to check out the additional resources.
I guess we have another quiz now? Yep. Okay. Let's do the quiz, then we'll take another break. So the following code creates a link. No while lounging. No while lounging. Why do you want to wall lounge? A wall lounger. Okay, so the following code creates a link to another page. Which of the following will cause the page to open in a new browser window? So, target attribute with its value set to blank. What is the purpose of indentation and whitespace? To make code in an HTML file more readable. Which of the following is the correct syntax for a comment? This one. Following code is supposed to create a link to another web page, but fails to do so. Why? Because it's missing an href. Why should the document type declaration be included in all HTML documents? Specify the HTML standard being used in the content to specify what content will display in the browser. Without it, the web page will not be allowed on the internet. The web page will not be allowed on the internet. You're not allowed on the internet, you web page. You don't have an HTML tag. Specify the standard, yeah. Which of the following elements contains a web page's metadata? It's the head. All HTML code must be nested within which of the following tags? HTML? Yeah. Which of the following is the current HTML standard? HTML5. Which of the following would create a link to a local HTML file called aboutme.html? It's not this one, not this one, not this one. Yes, how can I help you? Yeah, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. This one. Yeah. The following HTML code should only exist within which of the following tags? Within the head. The contents of the title tag will appear where in a modern browser? Browsers tab. Which of the following tags instructs the browser to expect a well-formatted HTML document? Doc type HTML. There we go. Another 100%. All right, let's take a look at a syllabus. How much we have left? We have, okay, I have an hour and a half. I have quite a few things to still cover. Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if we can tackle all of this today. Okay, let's take a break. 10 minutes, as usual. I will see you then. Okay, let's continue. Probably last push for today. We'll see. Okay, so HTML on MDN web docs. Debugging. What is MDN? In this article, you will learn about debugging HTML through the documentation on the Mozilla Developer Network. This is helpful if you'd like to understand how to fix common errors that developers make while constructing HTML. After you finish reading the article, return to this page and complete the following assessments. Oh, so we have to go to this page. Okay. Writing HTML is fine, but what if something goes wrong? You can't work out where the error in the code is. Oh, what if something goes wrong and you can't work out where the error in the code is? The article will introduce you to some tools that can help you find and fix errors in HTML. So we need HTML familiarity as covered in, for example, blah, 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 and creating hyperlinks. Okay, so debugging. When writing code of some kind, everything is usually fine until that dreaded moment when an error occurs and you've done something wrong. So your code doesn't work, either not at all or not quite how you wanted it to. For example, the following shows an error reported when trying to compile a single program written in Rust. Did not compile hello world. Here, the error message is relatively easy to understand. Unterminated double quote string. Where does it say that? Oh, there it is. Unterminated double quote string. Ah, they forgot the quotes. Okay, if you look at the listing, you can probably see how this line of code might logically be missing a double quote. However, error messages can quickly get more complicated and less easy to interpret as programs get bigger, and even simple cases can look a little intimidating to someone who doesn't know anything about Rust. Debugging doesn't have to be scary though. The key to being comfortable with writing and debugging any programming language or code is familiarity with both the language and the tools. HTML and debugging. HTML is not as complicated to understand as Rust. HTML is not compiled into a different form before the browser parses it and shows the result. It is interpreted, not compiled. And HTML's element syntax is arguably a lot easier to understand than a real programming language like Rust, JavaScript, or Python. The way that the browsers parse HTML is a lot more permissive than how programming languages are run, which is both a good and a bad thing. Permissive code. So what do we mean by permissive? Well, generally, when you do something wrong in code, there are two main types of error that you'll come across. There's syntax errors, and these are spelling or punctuation errors in your code that actually cause the program not to run, like the Rust code error shown above. These are usually easy to fix as long as you are familiar with the language's syntax and know how the error message and you know what the error messages mean. What is it? Someone at the door? Okay. And then we have logic errors. These are errors when the syntax is actually correct, but the code is not what you intended it to be, meaning that the program runs incorrectly. These are often harder to fix than syntax errors, as there isn't an error message to direct you to the source of the error. HTML itself doesn't suffer from syntax errors because browsers parse it permissively, meaning that the page still displays even if there are syntax errors. Browsers have built-in rules to state how to interpret incorrectly written markup, so you'll get something running even if it's not what you expected. This, of course, can still be a problem. So HTML is parsed permissively because when the web was first created, it was decided that allowing people to get their content published was more important than making sure the syntax was absolutely correct. The web would probably not be as popular as it is today if it had been more strict from the very beginning. Okay, so studying permissive code. It's time to study the permissive nature of HTML code. First, download our debug example demo and save it locally. The demo is deliberately written with some built-in errors for us to explore. The HTML markup is said to be badly formatted as opposed to well-formed. Badly formed. Okay, well, we can try it. Download the raw file, and I suppose we can open it in VS. File. Okay. So what's first? Next, open it in a browser. Can I open it in a browser? There typically should be some thingamabobby to open code in a browser. Oh, there we go. Okay, so what causes errors in HTML? Closed comments. If an element is not closed properly, then its effect can spread to areas you didn't intend. Yes. Badly nested elements. Nesting elements properly is also very important for code behaving correctly. And unclosed attributes. Another common source of HTML problems. Yeah. Okay, what do we do next? This immediately doesn't look great. Let's look at the source code, see if we can work out why. Yeah, so we've noticed all these problems. It's missing, closing double quote. Yes. Now let's look at the markup the browser has rendered, as opposed to the markup in the source code. Let's explore our code in detail to see how the browser has tried to fix our HTML errors. Interesting. So if we inspect the source, we have these list items. Let's expand all of these and let's compare it to the source code. Okay, so essentially the unordered list, main list, It closed strong by itself. But it closed it at the end of the line. Interesting. Then this one what did it do here? So correctly is fine. Then it opens a strong tag. Strong emphasize. Oh, it moved the emphasize closing tag. And then it immediately closes it. Closes the strong tag. Yeah, because it assumes that this is supposed to be by itself. So it closed the emphasize tag. And then it opened another one because it saw the closing tag here, but it didn't see the opening tag. And finally, unclosed attributes. So what did it do here? So we're missing oh, so just didn't include it at all. Interesting. Yeah, if you didn't open the A tag properly, or if you miss the quotation marks, well, essentially not opening it properly, then it just voids it entirely. Interesting. Okay. So you can see from the above example that you really want to make sure your HTML is well formed. But how? In a small example like the one seen before, it's easy to search through the lines and find the errors. But what about a huge, complex HTML document? The best strategy is to start by running your HTML page through the markup validation service, created and maintained by the V3C, the organization that looks after the specifications that define HTML, CSS, and other web technologies. This web page takes an HTML document as an input, goes through it, and gives you a report to tell you what is wrong with your HTML. To specify the HTML to validate, you can provide a web address, upload the HTML file, or directly input some HTML code. Okay, that's cool. So if we plug the code from the thing, see if it will pick up all the errors. Line 19, column 7 to line 19, column 10. End tag implied, but there were open elements. Yeah. Unclosed element strong. True. Well, technically it's closed, but it's closed incorrectly. Yeah, end-to-end tag strong violates nesting rules. End tag implied, but there were open elements. I assume it's this one here, yeah. And the file reached when inside an attribute value. And the file reached when inside an attribute value, ignoring tag. I assume unclosed element UL. Yeah, that too. Wait, no, it's closed. What are you talking about? Line 16. Why is it not closed? Is it because of the general formatting? I mean, is it because of all the mistakes here? Is it not closed? But count as closed. Body is properly indented. Okay, let's fix these. Well, maybe let's finish reading this. Active learning, validating an HTML document. Let's try with our sample document. Copy paste. Yeah, we already did that. Interpreting the error messages. The error messages are usually helpful, but sometimes they're not so helpful. With a bit of practice, you can work out how to interpret these to fix your code. Let's go through the error messages and see what they mean. You'll see that each message comes with a line and column number to help you locate the error easily. End tagly implied, but there were open elements. These messages indicate that an element is open that should be closed. The ending tag is implied but not actually there. The line column information points to the first line after the line where the closing tag should really be. But this is good enough clue to see what is wrong. Unclosed element strong. This is really easy to understand. A strong element is unclosed, and the line column information points right to where it is. Tag strong violates nesting rules. This points out the incorrectly nested elements, and the line column information points out where they are. End of file reached when inside an attribute value. Ignoring tag. This one is rather cryptic. It refers to the fact that there's an attribute value not properly formed somewhere, possibly near the end of the file because the end of the file appears inside the attribute value. End of the file appears inside the attribute value. What? Okay. The fact that the browser doesn't render the link should give us a good clue as to what element is at fault. End of line seen and there were open elements. This is a bit ambiguous, but basically refers to the fact that there are open elements that need to be properly closed. The line number points to the last few lines of the file, and this error message comes out with a line of code that points out an example of an open element. Unclosed element UL. This is not very helpful as the UL element is closed correctly. Yeah, like I said, this error comes up because the anchor element is not closed due to the missing closing quote mark. Okay. Okay, let's try to fix this. So we need to close this paragraph. Yes. This is fine. Then we close this strong and we close this. Or I guess we can close it strong maybe. badly nested elements. So just move this one here. And we can move this one here, and we close the Lee properly. Oh, it's so much easier writing HTML in VS Code because it actually gives you suggestions. So we close strong properly, we close the M properly, they're all nested. Well, we close the Lee. This one, href. This needs quotation mark. Oh, here. A is closing properly, and then we close the list item properly. So now should be good. Let's plop it back in here. See if we missed something. No errors. Good. All right, let's go do the test. So what is the error with this HTML snippet? So paragraphs closed properly, unordered list closed properly, strong is not closed properly. And why should a front-end developer be vigilant with HTML being permissive code? HTML can permit you to debug live code via the inspect option in the browser. Well, yes, but that's not the answer to the question. You have to use markup validation service to confirm any errors within your HTML code. No. Because syntax errors will not stop a website from being built. Yeah. Errors in other languages will stop programs from launching, but browsers will still try to interpret HTML even if it is flawed in syntax, which may cause some unexpected behavior. Fashion blog. Your friend Isa is a budding fashion blogger, and she's asked you to build her a new website just in time for New York Fashion Week. Use your new HTML knowledge to create an underlying structure of the blog. Make sure to include plenty of pictures, links, lists, and other HTML elements that you've learned so far. So that our fans have plenty to read. You can view a completed project to see how it compares to your work. Get stuck? Okay, let's try. All right, so we need to start with the doc string thingamabob, doc type, HTML. Go. And HTML. Let's add the closing. I'm gonna actually write in VS Code because it's just more convenient. We'll do a split screeny thing. What's going on? Yeah, let's. Damn it, no. Now let's do that. Let's delete all of that. Can I do this somehow? I will keep it smaller, this smaller. Okay, so HTML. So we did that. Below, we need a head. Add the head and the body. So we don't need space here. Just and the body. Why won't it complete if I press enter? I guess it completes the word. Okay, we have the head, we have the body. Within the head tag, add a title, which should be every day with Sa. Directly below the opening body, each one that says getting and in the shows. And below that we add an H2 pressing for the shows. Okay. Here's Isa's first dispatch from the Fashion Week. Let's add a blog post between the H1 and the first H2 tag. Okay. So we just can copy this here. Obviously, kind of messed up the formatting a little bit. I guess it's fine. Okay. Between the first and second H2 tags, between the first second H2 tags, there's only one H2 tag though. Oh, I missed one of them. Getting tickets, and below that we need to add another H2 tag. Wait, no. So this should have been like so. To right, and this should have been this H2 tag should have been getting tickets, and the H1 tag should have been an insider guide to New York Fashion Week. Yeah. So this is about getting tickets, and this one should be about dressing for the show. Wait. No. This should have been. God, I'm so scatterbrained already. Here. Add the paragraph tag. post this. Then in here, post this. And then finally, after the last tag, we just copy and paste. This. Yes. The highlighting here could be confused with the AC, which is more common in source code. Whatever. Okay, of course, this wouldn't be a fashion blog without some images. Above each paragraph, add image tag and set its source to be one of the following links. Okay. So, adding an image tag. Image tag with source being anti-copy it properly. This, and we can copy this whole thing. Let's change the links. To again copy this thing. It's weird. Sometimes it gives me 2 spaces. Sometimes it gives me 4 spaces. It's for some reason inconsistent. Let's paste this. Page 3. The first blog post is complete. Let's see. Oh, it's still running here. Hey. Okay. Simple enough. What's next? Now let's add an image of Isa, so her readers get to know her. Below the opening body tag, add an image tag with the following source. Or, oh shit, wrong. Just copy this. Paste this in, copy this, paste it here. Clear up the formatting. And this should be fine. Yeah. It looks horrible, but it works. Below the image tag, add an H3 tag that says by Isabel Rodriguez 1 day ago. Oof. Okay. 3 by Isabel Rodriguez 1 day ago. Ugh. Looks nasty. Isa wants her readers to know that she's written a lot more than one post. Let's make a list of some related blog posts. Beneath the last paragraph, add an h4 tag that says related content. Okay. Beneath the last paragraph. Let's do it. Let's clear this up, make it more readable, I guess. So here. Here. That's much better. So now we need an h4 tag, right? Yes, h4. Repeated content. And underneath, we create an unordered list in which the list items would be how to style boyfriend jeans. How to style boyfriend. Why is every word capitalized? How to style boyfriend jeans. Then we have another list item. When print is too much. Print is too much. Then we also need the overall trend. And finally, calls its color blush. Calls it color. Blush, not blush. I closed it weirdly. Okay. What's next? Let's get Isa's blog connected to the rest of the web. In the first paragraph, turn NYFW into a link and have it go to this thing. So we need to open a tag, move this over here, then href equals this link over here, except without the dot at the end, I'm assuming. Make sure to include the target blank, right? To target. Okay, let's check how it looks. Yep, it works. Looks even worse, but it works. Isa wants to make sure that her friends can get in touch with her. At the bottom of your body, add a new div and set its ID to contact. Inside the div, create a new paragraph tag and put the following contact information inside of it. At the bottom of your body. Didn't really create a div for this thing. But, you know, whatever. Div. We need the ID to be equal to contact. And Inside it, we want to put a paragraph with the following contact information. Okay. Inside the contact div, put strong opening and closing tags around the email, phone, and address. Sure thing. Oh wow, it even included address. Wait, no, my brain is actually melting. It's supposed to be strong. Got excited for no reason. And looks about right. Let's make the profile picture a link to the contact section of the web page. Find the profile image tag and surround it by opening and closing A tags. Sure, this is the one. Just copy this entire thing, paste it in here. And href hashtag contact. Congratulations. So technically is done. I'm getting some errors though. Let's see. File picture. Oh, yeah, it's wrong. Not supposed to be in the image, it's supposed to be the context. Now, if we run, now, if we run it on the picture, it should slide down to the context slightly. Yep. Okay, well, simple, fun project. Now, true test begins when we input it into the HTML checker. See if there are any mistakes. Oh my god. Okay. Well, this one is whatever. Image element must have an alt attribute. Ah. I didn't like that I didn't include alt attributes for the images. Sure, we can do that. We run this, I can see what the pictures actually are. Right, so the first picture, alt is picture of profile picture of author sitting on couch. Wearing a black hat. Good enough. Then the second picture is here. Image. Alt. So, woman talking on phone with shopping bags under her arm. The third picture is here. And this is close-up of woman's torso and arm with a watch. And finally, alt. We have a man. No, a stylish man with a hat looking to the left. Yeah, so this should be much better. All the errors should disappear. Except for the first one, link. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. We can paste it in here and save it. Cool. So how does the original look like? Exactly the same. It looks exactly the same. Okay. Next. Intro to CSS. Let's pop open the syllabus. Have quite a lot. Finish. We're probably not going to finish today because we still have going off platform and the review. So, okay. I have roughly 40 minutes. Let's take a quick break, like 5 to 10 minute break, and we'll try to knock out the selectors and visual rules, or setup and syntax part, at least today, and then we'll follow up with everything else tomorrow. Yeah, JavaScript has a lot of stuff as well. So we'll see. Okay, 5 to 10 minute break, and then we can continue. Okay. And we are back. Let's knock out last half an hour for today. Okay. Intro to CSS. So while HTML is the fundamental structure of every web page, it can be visually unappealing on its own. Yeah. Cascading style sheets, or CSS, is a language web developers use to style the HTML content on a web page. If you're interested in modifying colors, font types, font sizes, images, element positioning, and more, CSS is the tool for the job. In this lesson, you'll learn how to set up your CSS file structure and select which HTML elements you wish to style. All right, let's take a look at the code in index.html and observe how it displays in the browser to the right. This is plain HTML without any styling. Let's take a quick look at the power of CSS. Copy and paste the following line code into line 5. Link ref equals style.css rel style. Boom. Magic. Innovation. Boom, boom. We have a web page. Doesn't work, but who cares? I mean, it looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. And the image is scaled too. The style sheet must be massive. Well, it's not massive, it's just pretty big. Yeah. CSS anatomy. The diagram on the right shows two different methods or syntaxes for writing CSS code. First syntax shows CSS applied as a rule set, while the second shows it's written as an inline style. Two different methods of writing CSS may seem a bit intimidating at first, but it's not as bad as it looks. Both methods contain common features in their anatomy. Notice how both syntaxes contain a declaration. Declarations are the core of CSS. They apply a style to the selected element. Here, paragraph element has been selected in both syntaxes and will be styled to display the text in blue. Okay. Understanding that a declaration is used to style a selected element is key to learning how to style HTML documents with CSS. The terms below explain each of the labels in the diagram on the right. So the selector, beginning of the rule set, used to target an element that will be styled. So this thing over here, or this thing over here. Declaration block, the code in between and including the curly braces that contains the CSS declarations. Attribute. Okay. The group name for a property and value pair that applies a style to the selected element. A property, the first part of the declaration that signifies what visual characteristic of the element is to be modified. And the value. Second part. Okay. Inline is the same stuff, except instead of the declaration block, we have an attribute. the property is the same, or at least written in the same order where it's written property then value. Okay, next. Although CSS is a different language than HTML, it is possible to write CSS code directly within HTML code using inline styles. To style an HTML element, you can add the style attribute directly to an opening tag. After you add the attribute, you can set it equal to the CSS style you'd like applied to that element. Code in the example above demonstrates how to use inline styling. Paragraph element has a style attribute within its opening tag. Next, the style attribute is set equal to color red, which will set the color of the paragraph text to red within the browser. If you'd like to add more than one style with inline styles, simply keep adding to the style attribute. Make sure to end the styles with a semicolon. It is important to know that inline styles are a quick way to directly styling an HTML element, but are rarely used when creating websites. You may encounter circumstances where inline styling is necessary, so understanding how it works and recognizing it in HTML code is good knowledge to have. Soon you'll learn the proper way to add CSS code. Okay. Set the color of the first paragraph to green. So this one, I guess, style equals color green. Oh, need the quotation marks. Color green. Yeah. Next. Internal style sheet. As previously stated, inline styles are not the best way to style HTML elements. If you wanted to style, for example, multiple H1 elements, you would have to add inline styling to each element manually. In addition, you would also have to maintain the HTML code when an additional H1 elements are added. Fortunately, HTML allows you to write CSS code in its own dedicated section with a style element nested inside of the head element. CSS code inside the style element is often referred to as an internal style sheet. An internal style sheet has certain benefits, use cases over inline styles, but once again, it's not best practice. Understanding how to use inline style sheets is nonetheless helpful knowledge to have. To create an internal style sheet, a style element must be placed inside of the head element. Yeah. CSS code in the example above changes the color of all paragraph text red and also changes the size of the text to 20 pixels. Note how the syntax of the CSS code matches, for the most part, the syntax you used for inline styling. The main difference is that you can specify which elements to apply the styling. Okay. Let's move the inline style that was added to paragraph into an internal style sheet. Start by simply adding a style element inside the head. Okay, so simply say style and then close the style. Targeting the paragraph. So we say P, curly brackets, and then place just the declaration from the inline style into the empty declaration block. So this one. Except without quotation marks. You can remove all of that. And finally, the delete. So we deleted it. And it does the same thing. Cool. External style sheet. Developers avoid mixing code by storing HTML and CSS code in separate files. HTML files contain only HTML code, and CSS files contain only CSS. You can create an external style sheet by using the .css file name extension. So, style.css. Take a look at index. Cut the CSS code rule set in between the opening and closing style tags, and paste it directly into the file called style.css. Here's squeaking, that's my dog. So we're cutting this and we're pasting it here. Then we don't need this. All we really need is a link. Wait, is it a link? No, we don't really have to write anything here. It's not gonna let us do anything. Perfect. We have successfully separated structure. We have successfully separated structure, HTML, from styling, CSS. But the web page still looks bland. Why? When HTML and CSS codes are in separate files, a file must be linked. Otherwise, the HTML file won't be able to locate the CSS code, and the styling will not be applied. We can use the link element to link HTML and CSS files together. The link element must be placed within the head of the HTML file. It is a self-closing tag and requires the following attributes. href, like the anchor element, the value of this attribute must be the address or path to the CSS file. And the rel, this attribute describes the relationship between the HTML file and the CSS file. Because you're linking to a style sheet, the value should be set to style sheet. When linking an HTML and CSS files together, the link element will look like the following. Note that the example above, path to the style sheet is a URL. Specifying the path to the style sheet using a URL is one way of linking the style sheet. In the CSS, if the CSS file is stored in the same directory as your HTML file, then you can specify a relative path instead of a URL, like so. Using a relative path is a very common way of linking the style sheet. Okay, so here we just do link href equals probably if I don't write dot sideways thing, it's not gonna accept it, but well, let's try it. Style.css. Let's close it. So need rel. Style sheet. There we go. It works. It's alive. Rah. Review. Great work so far. By understanding how to incorporate CSS code into your HTML file, as well as learning some of the key terms, you're on your way to creating spectacular websites with HTML and CSS. Let's review what you've learned so far. Basic anatomy of CSS syntax, written for both inline styles and style sheets. Some commonly used CSS terms, such as rule set, selector, and declaration. CSS inline styles can be written inside the opening HTML tag using the style attribute. Inline styles can be used to style HTML, but it is not the best practice. An internal style sheet is written using the style element inside the head element of an HTML file. Internal style sheets can be used to style HTML, but are also not the best practice. An external style sheet separates a CSS code from HTML by using the .css file extension. External style sheets are best approach when it comes to using HTML and CSS. External style sheets are linked to HTML using the link element. Take this knowledge to the next lesson when you start learning how to select HTML elements to style. Okay. So next we have selectors, either a quiz or no, we're just going straight into the next part. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay, we'll leave this. Yeah, my neighbor decided to just drill for some reason. We'll leave this for tomorrow. Seriously? Yeah. We'll leave this for tomorrow. We did quite a lot today. If we go back to my dashboard and my learning, we did 7% today, which is pretty good progress. Let's view the path. %16 of foundations. Okay, that's reasonable. Have the foundations, we have the backend development, advanced backend development, security infrastructure, interview prep. Yeah, so in general, it's pretty good. I guess we did less than 7% because I already done 12% of interview prep on the previous course. Yeah. Web development fundamentals. We did 41% of the fundamentals. I guess the front end. So after the front end, we'll be doing 2 exams. That's going to be interesting. Okay. Well, that was fun today. Tomorrow we'll be probably tackling the rest of the web development fundamentals, and probably, hopefully, we'll manage to squeeze in part 1 of the JavaScript syntax. I do apologize for the drilling though. So I'm excited to jump into JavaScript. It's one of the things that I wanted to learn because I've already learned a good deal of HTML, CSS, Bootstrap and whatnot. But JavaScript was that last piece that I was missing for a while from my bootcamp days, and I wanted to learn it, but I was learning other things. Oh my god, stop with the drilling. But I was learning other things, and I didn't get the chance to jump into it. Okay, so thank you for everyone who has hopped in today. Thanks for everyone watching on YouTube. If you watch this, it's gonna be long videos. I will try to do as much editing as possible to at the very least, edit out the breaks. But since majority of other content is actual like studying material and me reading things, I can't really reasonably shorten that in any reasonable way, at least not yet. Just won't have the time because I'll be streaming for pretty much every day and the weekends too. So maybe we'll come up with a solution in the future, because obviously like uploading 6-hour long videos is not conducive to effective time use, both for me and for you watching those videos. Unless you want to, unless you're just doing your own stuff and you're just listening, which is fine too. Okay, so that's it for today. I will see you tomorrow at the same time, 8 o'clock in the morning, GMT +2 time. This recording should be at the time of the stream. It's only going to be up as a VOD because I haven't yet set up the YouTube channel. But once I do, I will start uploading these, and I will try to upload them as the streams are done. But obviously, with the first upload, there's going to be a backlog a little bit. But I'll try to upload everything as soon as possible. So yeah, thanks for watching. I will see you all